Whoa, wait, hang on a second. Goldson, you were live like 5 minutes ago. I was lurking in your stream. How are you raiding? I have no idea what's going on. My man, good morning, welcome in. Give me 2 minutes, I'm just getting things started. I'm gonna go grab myself a coffee and then we'll, and then we will wait. I'll be back in 2. Okay, we are professionally waiting today. We are professionally waiting. Good morning, boys and girls. The wait is on. The wait within. Kill some rares today, get some Mechanicas, do any last final minute QA. I tell you one thing I might do today, actually, if we get time, is check in with the old Herber Miner dude, see if there's any value in getting them some more knowledge points to go play herb mining at some point in the next few days. Possibility. Get everything all organized and neat and tidy. Tunes are a bit heavy for 11 a.m, but we'll take it. Turn them down just a touch. Right, where are we at? What are we doing? Who do I want? Well, let's check the auction house real quick. Why not? You farming? Yeah, it's not high on my priority list, but to round off the expansion, it would make sense, wouldn't it, to make sure our miner dude is tippity top. Never know how useful it'll become next expansion, maybe. I kind of have the issue that my Herber Miner dude is on the wrong account. I'm tempted to do him a server transfer. That, or I could just get my old school druid leveled up and do Herber mining on them. I don't know. Right, auction house. Nothing sold. Nothing sold, but nothing lost. Better than what almost happened yesterday, which was losing 2 million gold to the mailbox monster. That would have really stung. Let's get those back on the auction house. Has the value of Mechanica changed much? The value of Mechanica's gone up overnight. Lovely. Love that stuff. Literally gone up overnight. How many items will go into the void tomorrow with the bank change? Well, hopefully none. We can keep all of our fingers and toes and all sorts of limbs and extremities crossed. We can hope that nothing stupid happens, but 'tis Blizzard. 'Tis Blizzard after all. Right, log you out. Let's give... I think it really matters who has Warbank access. Let's keep you logged in. Predominantly. Yeah, so Lazy Cash is my Herber Miner dude for this expansion. But it's kind of on one of the accounts that is designed to do some prospecting and thaumaturgy when I'm actually doing something like this. So this dude either needs moving to my main account, or I need to spin up another herb miner potentially on my main account. I have a druid called Bumblebutt that for the first 15 expansions was my herb miner. And for some reason, well, I say for some reason, it's basically because I don't like playing druids. I'm a goblin who doesn't like playing druids, which meant it was always a chore to level the druid and to like set key bindings and do basic shit. But the reality is I can probably just use a 1-button assist on a boomkin druid these days and not actually have to think about playing a druid if I get in any hot water whilst gathering. Maybe, who knows? Haven't really thought it through. I have some fun news I can't tell you about. I can tell you that there is news, and I can tell you that it's something fun, but I can't tell you what it is or when it's happening yet. I'm going to have to leave you guessing on that one, but I got some interesting information yesterday that will be of benefit to everybody in the not too distant future. But I can't talk about it yet. Right, log you lot in. I wonder if we got any Mechanica from yesterday. I'm not going to check mailboxes on the daily. That seems a little bit over the top. Let's kill some rares and let's see if we can wake up this morning. I slept like a baby. Absolute baby yesterday. I don't know what it was, whether it was a couple of degrees cooler or whether I've had not more than about 5 hours sleep for the last week. But I slept like a baby yesterday. Ordered the poppy cam yet? Well, I have like a bonus webcam that I can just plug in and just use. I don't use a traditional webcam for the stream. It's a Canon SLR I use for the stream camera, so I can plug in just a basic USB webcam and give poppy cam. We have not seen the pop. I did mention yesterday that we are going to see poppies on Sunday. Obviously, me and Mrs. Manthias were thinking about puppy names yesterday, as you do. I am terrible with this because I like to name something based on its like personality. Now, obviously, we haven't even seen the puppies. Never mind, have we committed to buying one or to getting one? So I'm not good at the names business yet. This in track next. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Right, tally, go. Get the ball rolling. All we want is a new puppy for the stream. Soon, TM, hopefully, maybe, possibly. That's the thing I can talk about. Took everything out of the warbank just to be sure. I mean, I have given it 0 brain energy. If they'd done goof the if they'd done goof this bank transfery change thing, then well, so be it. Honestly, I'll just complain about it when it's broken. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Let's put it that way. I'm certainly not going to go. I've got far too many characters to start trying to go through and organize shit like that. If it breaks, it breaks. I lose shit, I lose shit. But I'm hoping that considering most of my alts are level 80 now, that they'll all just get max bank access by default. Isn't that what they said in the... I'm pretty sure that's what they said in the blue post. That anybody that's level 80 just gets everything. And if you're below level 80, you get relative to what you've unlocked, I think. feels more sketchy for lower level characters, honestly. If you're sub level 80, it feels like it could be scuffed, because if they do some sort of conversion, and I don't know, you've got. Well, I suppose it can only give you tabs. It can only give you tabs that you already have, and you have to have the tab to have something in the tab. So, arguably, there can't be. Can't go that wrong. Surely it can't go that wrong. Who knows? We'll wait till tomorrow. We'll find out.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters.
But today we'll kill some time. We'll sit in waiting room mode. We might find a couple of YouTube videos or something to chill, watch with. Drops kick off later today. I can't remember the exact time. I won't be streaming for when drops first kick in anyway. But tomorrow you'll be able to. It's a 4-hour lurk thing for the drops. You get a cool little pink panda pet thing with the drops for this patch. So people can claim that tomorrow. Any more rares? Any more negative? Right, log them out. No rare, no rare, no wait. Yeah, they're not touching the warband bank. But I still kind of get why people are cautious. I tend to believe the only truly safe spot is your actual bags right now. Outside of that, I think you're running a bit of a risk having anything in any form of bag. With there being conversions and changes afoot, you're best, like, if you're so inclined, be safe, put stuff in your normal inventory. Wake up tomorrow and all Manthius's things are in my bags. Yeah, I don't think it can go that wrong. That would be a new level of busted, wouldn't it?
The dark views just can't keep out of trouble.
No, less dots.
Do something about them, would you?
I'll do. Claim the tag on that. I'm in combat with this thing. I'm starting to think about if there's much of anything from this patch specifically, from the 11.1 patch specifically, that I might want to start hoovering up in quantity for when it inevitably becomes scarce-er. Say scarce-er, I don't mean, you know, never to be seen again, but scarce-er based upon the fact that everybody's going to move out of this zone and move to the next one. I kind of like the... I haven't got any in my bags to showcase. I kind of like the gold-touched weapons as an option for that, but smart people smarter than me, have already stated that there's just way too many of them in existence due to the amount of farming that has happened in this patch, in this zone, for them to really go anywhere value-wise, at least anytime soon anyway. But I do think the mogs in this zone are interesting enough that they will have future appeal. I'm just not sure if I want to go to the degree of setting up 4 or 5 guild banks and cramming them full of stock. Or later days. Spend a couple of mil on it or something, I don't know. The pets from the cans. Yeah, anything that's like reasonably scarce in the first place and not overly straightforward to farm would be a good candidate. There's a couple of pets I've got my eyes on, and I'm not even talking like Mechanica pets here, more sort of like the pets that you get from the shipping and handling, for example. They're going to be things that are going to be... They're annoying to quote-unquote farm for today, and they're going to be more annoying in the future to farm for, because it's not really guaranteed. And at the moment, there are weekly quests for people to do shipping and handling, which is giving them a good excuse to do shipping and handling, keeping the supply of those pets buoyant. But the very second everybody leaves and doesn't accidentally get these pets from time to time, because absolutely nobody's going to come back here and do the weeklies unless they really have to for some proper reason. They're pets that could end up being quite lucrative in the future, or they're pets that might rise in value slightly. Or there's the possibility that when it stops being the zone where everybody's trying to ATT, that they just ignore it. But can we go pet journal and go undermine? Crunch is the one from the trash piles, so that's probably not going to go anywhere in terms of value. EP is a 6,500. But that's a revered pet, isn't it? They will always be a matter of minutes away from just going and getting Swigs. But they're not going to be too difficult. Are we still grouped up? We're still grouped up. Oh, well, we'll come back to this in a minute. Hang on. I don't want to wake up and have my bags looking like manthes. My bags are grim most of the time. They're about as civilized as they ever get right now. I cannot deny my bags end up looking like some serious level of chaos after a while. Whack.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new marks. I mean, customers.
Just Nitro if we can find him. No Nitro. Alright, next team. Lab Rat is on the same vein as Cruncher. Spotty is from a quest. Can't remember how you get Spotty, but it seems to be slightly more valuable. This Viridian Mechasaur was significantly easy to get via the scrap piles and will continue to be easy to get. No, Bilgewater is another revered pet. Blackwater Keg Mover is Mechanica. Crimson Mechasaur is Mechanica. Mecha Gopher is Mechanica. Mutt is an interesting one. Yeah, there we go. Mutt's a relatively interesting one. It's tempting to look at the opportunity of buying up a bunch of mutts right now. That is one where I think the supply will basically fall off a cliff from this point on, based upon the fact that realistically nobody's going to be doing their shipping and handling from this point on. Maybe you'll find some people doing it until the end of the expansion just to continuously chip away at any outstanding renown maybe for this zone, but once we're in midnight, there ain't nobody ever coming and farming these. We're getting these even by accident. So the supply of these will disappear very fast, I reckon. Personal use as a zapper. Oh, well, there we go. There's another one. There's a big boy one. This is also from shipping and handling. The Mutt personal use sapper. Punch is from Mechanicas. You Mechanicas? Yeah, you're the 8 Mechanica one. Rocket Fist. Revered one again. Steam Weedle Flunky is Mechanicas. Venture Companyman is Mechanicas. Wave Breaker Mechasaur. Oh, that's the other renowned one. So yeah, it's just these two that might be sort of interesting. Mutt and the personal use sapper. Interestingly, both purple. Both of those might have a finite shelf life in terms of supply. Anyway, Theory Crafting Live. No, that's the wrong dude. Fat fingered it. Need to back up, otherwise I'm going to get all out of sync with my teams. Any rares? Chief, Agent, nada else. Oh, is this a dead team? Go on, have like all 4 rares spawned. Be a good boy. Yo! Love that shit. Sometimes you ask and the game will deliver. Yo, if we're in waiting room mode today, I might get some of those checklists done, you know. I might get some of those checklists done. Do I consider doing them 5-boxy? Could, and I probably should, because that means I get to cherry pick the easy ones. When you have the tunes, you might as well use them, you know. Should, in theory, make doing checklists a bit easier. I can cherry pick only the easy ones. Oh shit, that's a wall. Wasn't paying any attention to where we were driving.
Tourism's taking a big hit with all this violence. Get some pics of celebs having a good time to show the cool side.
Why have I got like 4 FPS all of a sudden? What's going on here? Are we dropping frames or something? What's going on? No. Not maintaining 60 even, which is weird. Are these accounts on like high graphic settings or something? No. What's going on? Don't know.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new marks. I mean, customers.
Right, nice quick full team here though. Take those. I would love to say that today might be the last time we ever do this farm, but it absolutely definitely isn't going to be. normally when we get towards the end of a patch, you know, you start signing off and you're like, right, okay, my time here was done. Have we finished everything that we wanted to finish in this zone? But the reality is that there is, in my eyes, absolutely nothing coming in the next patch that's going to trump what we're able to achieve farming Mechanicas, which is going to make the rest of the the tail end of the expansion feel a bit weird. And here I am, having been in the Undermine a total of 2 times, not even completely sure I finished the story. Holy, okay. I know you said it wasn't for you, but I didn't realize it was that much not for you.
The dark views just can't keep out of trouble. Do something about them, would you?
Oh shit, pet's dead. Even to this day, Slugger has the ability to absolutely ruin my day. And I'm 676 item level. That shouldn't be the case. Been busy with Classic. Might have done less Classic if I liked Undermine. Oh, well, fair. Yeah, that makes sense. For most people, you can only play one game at a time, so... Oh my god, I told you, Slugger has the ability to just ruin your day when you're not paying attention. Bought some Wi-Fi 7 access points today, so if Wi-Fi 8 is released tomorrow, you can thank me. Technology has a habit of doing that, doesn't it? I remember when I bought a 3070 4 days before they announced the 40 series. And I was like, I should have known. I literally should have known. Don't kill me again. Fuck off. Let me revive me pet in peace. Wi-Fi 7's fun, though. I still do my absolute best to avoid using Wi-Fi, though. Most nearly everything I own is hardwired these days. But our house is kind of, well, it's over 100 years old. So the walls are kind of a lot more solid than walls today are, meaning Wi-Fi in the main house is flipping impossible task. So fortunately, we got Cat 6 running to every room, so where necessary, we can keep things wired. Ubiquity stuff. I know we've spoke about that before. I like the look of the Ubiquity stuff. I'm not 100% convinced it's like the Apple of the networking world, like it sort of positions itself to be, but I think it's good enough that it's mostly worth the money. And the fact that you can give it to your grandma is another advantage, you know? What's that beam from BFA? Did they add corrupted items again? Yeah, it's Twilight Devastation. Twilight Devastation enchant on my helm. Well, that technically goes away tomorrow as well, doesn't it? Don't the vision enchants get pulled? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they cease to work after Season 2 ends. It was a seasonal bonus on the visions. Yeah, they reintroduced visions, in case you missed that chapter. They reintroduced visions, but they pissed me off with them. So I didn't really do them all that much. They took one of the most annoying things from Visions way back in the day, which was the time gating of the whole thing, and they doubled down on it. They like Donald Trump level doubled down on it. Meaning it annoyed me that you basically couldn't finish what most people would want to achieve from it without doing a sizable amount of visions for 4 consecutive weeks in a row. I was like, this is meant to be a side hustle mini game. You ain't catching me with that bait. So we did visions for a week or maybe 2 just to get the enchant, but I didn't quote unquote complete them. I treated it like the content should have been, like, you know, an afternoon's side hustle mini game that was enjoyable at the time, but wasn't something I was going to devote multiple hours to every week consecutively to keep up with. I kind of like being in the position where I can cherry pick the aspects of the game that I actually want to play, and I don't feel too bad. I think throughout a lot of Dragonflight, I felt somewhat obliged to do a lot of everything that happened from more of like a streamer / content creator perspective, really. Whatever the newest, hottest, latest thing was, people somewhat expected me and wanted to, you know, talk about that thing. But I seem to have dropped that mindset a little bit in The War Within. And I think it's a healthier way to play the game. Go out there and, you know, pick and choose the bits of the game that you want to enjoy and go and do those. And if something doesn't appeal to you, don't feel overly incentivized to go and do it.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new marks. I mean,
It's also a little bit of a sort of cultural conditioning thing, I think, more than anything, though, because this game for years didn't have anywhere near as frequent an updates as we've had. I mean, we've kind of been spoiled with this 8-week thing, right? And I think it's kind of caught people by surprise. Every 8 weeks they release something new. This has meant that players who are so very used to just completing basically everything that got put in front of them tried to continue that gameplay style, but during a period where they just massively ramped up the amount of stuff they throw at you. And I think some people cooked themselves. Whereas realistically, it feels a lot more now like they're going to give you a little bit of something quite frequently. But if it's a thing that's not for you, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There'll be something else coming around the corner that might be more sort of your shtick.
the dark views just can't keep out of trouble. Do something about them, would you?
Yeah, I'd also point out, by the way, that Twilight Devastation on a BM Hunter is kind of silly. But I chose it just because it's the one that looks cool. Percentage damage-wise, it's probably a few points below. But Twilight Dev just looks cool. And when it clips a few targets, it still shreds, so... Technically, the completely passive, boring secondary stat amp is probably the right choice. I can't remember its name, but... any nitros? No nitros. Still really hot in here. You can just blast it once you have Season 3 gear. Are the visions are sticking about, are they? Oh, in that case, then you'll just hammer it later. To be fair, it wasn't really so much of a gear problem. By the time you had the full tree unlocked, it was less of a gear thing. It was more that you'd just get nuked by... You'd get nuked by mechanics. So, unironically, it became a bit more of a skill issue than it did a gear issue. To try and 8-mask them, at least. To successfully complete an 8-mask run, you basically need to not get hit by any of the mechanics. Whilst also doing enough damage to kill things quickly. Obviously that will be made a bit easier. But they do say that almost no amount of skill, almost no amount of gear completely replaces the need of skill in these things sometimes. Until you are literally strolling in just like one-tapping everything. Not giving anything the chance to do mechanics, I suppose, but maybe, we'll see. I got bored of retail back in November. Yes, I was cooked. It's easy to do. It's really easy to do at the beginning of an expansion. Because there is literally... You've got 6 months to do everything before they release a new patch. And arguably an expansion launch comes with 12 months worth of content. That's kind of by design. They try and give you about 12 months worth of content at an expansion launch so that then you still have some of it to do when in 6 months' time they release a new patch and you then arguably... I'm talking more from somebody that doesn't play the game for a job position, you know? Somebody that still maybe plays the game a few times a week, but that isn't no-lifing it, obviously. If you no-life this game or you do it for a job, you're basically always going to complete everything and then be waiting for more. It's impossible for even a 700-man team to build a game that can be played 18 hours a day without running out of content. Basically impossible. No. Leave the group. Fat-fingered the wrong button again. We only got 2 rares on this kill. No nitro, no thwack. As long as we get swigs, I don't mind. We'll move on. I can always do a second pass of these later on today. We are literally doing nothing but killing time today anyway. Returned from Mop Classic, farmed a few mil, got a year's worth of subscription. It's a good way of doing it, to be honest. A year's worth of sub is worth like nearly 5 mil in retail at current prices. Because what? It's 400k, give or take, for a token in the EU now. Multiply that by 12, yeah, 4.8 mil for a year's worth of game time. So if you can quickly dip into Classic, make a year's worth of game time, enjoy it whilst you do it, and then peace out, then arguably worth. God, when you think about it, running 5 accounts, that's nearly 25 mil to quote-unquote play for free. Woof! Spicy meatball. 25 mil a year.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity.
Now, obviously, throughout the year, you'd expect the token price to not always be 400k, but while it is 400k, that's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Got 50 to 100 mil on retail as well. Just got bored of it. Yeah, if I didn't have such a high spending habit, I'd probably have a lot more. I was talking about this yesterday. I consider myself reasonably good at making gold when I need to make gold, but I also consider myself very good at spending gold, so one tends to counteract the other. Such is life. This is why millionaires go bankrupt, because they get too good at spending the money. And when you want to get real deep and real political about it, it's exactly what capitalism wants. But I keep politics out of here. For the most part. We'll be political about World of Warcraft. Being political about politics is too much like hard work. Wow, does he not have... Oh, okay. That isn't... You can't stun him out of that. Interruptings. Stop grenading me, damn pet. Stupid pigeons can't take it. God, I hate this rare. Here we go. Who's taking Nitro to flipping Africa? Come back. Right, that'll do. That's the whole team, innit? Quack, Tally, Swigs, Nitro. Happy. Peace out. Ooh, it's raining. Well, that'll do the temperature good. Bring it down by a few. Like Mother Chicken, once I have my eggs, I'm going to sit on them and protect them with my life. You can say I'm a dragon guarding its hoard. It's not a bad way to do it, to be fair. To hit a milestone and then say, right, I'm never dropping below that. That is something, you know, people hit a gold cap and then they're like, right, I'm never dropping below a gold cap. I want to always say I've got a gold cap worth of gold. But the funny thing is you then see somebody with 10 million gold, like, herbing and mining to get their next month of game time. And I'm like, dude, really? Take a break, take a day off, cash in some of that past efforts. Do whatever you did to get that 10 mil and just keep doing it again. And if it was a time-sensitive opportunity, then just chill, just relax. There'll be another good opportunity soon. No res. This is sad. No res. I need to either put a light on or turn these lights down. These are getting a bit... Alright. I'm not very illuminated now, but that's better. Not going to give me a headache. I'm a bit behind, but I'm building a new house with all Ubiquiti Unify equipment. UDM Pro Max, 48 and 24 port switches, cameras, access points, Ethernet jacks in every room, NVRs, NAS sensors, etc. Yeah, I mean, if I was building afresh, I would probably throw 10k, 15k at it and do exactly the same. But like I said, I'm quite lucky. I've got Cat6 networking throughout the house anyway. So if I wanted to tech up, I could. It's just, you know, when you hit adult years, mortgage and food tends to come before silly luxuries like a slightly faster Wi-Fi kit. So, and much like in World of Warcraft, IRL, I don't think I'm terrible at making money, but I'm also pretty good at spending it, which is problematic at times. Played a lot of single player games. Now I'm ready for the last patch experience, waiting for midnight. Hope we get some new stuff, not only housing. Well, Legion Remix is going to be a blast, I think. If they can build on the success that was MOP Remix, then Legion Remix is going to be real fun. It was frequently thrown around in discussion, wasn't it? That if they were going to do another remix, what should they do? And Legion was always right up there. So it's Legion Remix should be a blast. A nice, you know, mini game mode thing for those who aren't more so classically inclined, if you know what I mean. I think if you enjoy Classic and you can find entertainment in Classic, your WoW sub is just like so worth these days. You get all of retail. You basically get 2 games. Like, it's super worth the money. I'm not so big on Classic because I was been there, done that, got the t-shirt, I tend to feel. So for me, WoW sub is just retail. But Remix will be something we absolutely slam. If anybody is looking for Zygor, by the way, I've been informed that they will be day 1 ready with all of their guides for 11.2. I haven't got their little flash screen sellout thing on screen at the moment, have I? But the offer is still there. 20% off, code Manthe. You'll find me using it tomorrow. Nitro, Swigs, Tally, and Thwack. Okay, that's the full team. %20 off for you. I get a little bit of a kickback as a referral commission. Helps the channel out. Much appreciates. A well-made Torghast mode would be fun. There was Vampire Survivors rumors knocking around at the end of Dragonflight. I can't quite remember where they stemmed from, but there was rumors of them doing something. I don't know what kind of happened with that. But yeah, I do think if they sort of, dare I say, did Torghast, but did Torghast properly. Although, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think Torghast was terribly bad at all. I quite genuinely thought Torghast was a really fun little mini-game for the expansion. It was the clear and obvious inherent problem with Torghast was not that the content was bad, but they forced everybody to do it whether they enjoyed it or not, which meant that the people that didn't enjoy it and felt forced to do it were going to be very vocal about that fact. And enough people were that vocal about it that the opinion spread like wildfire.
My timeshare business could use
So they
slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new marks. I mean,
I would love to say they learned from that and stopped forcing people to do content regardless, but they definitely didn't. They definitely didn't. Still to this day, if they make a new piece of content, you are going to engage with it whether you like it or not. Look at work orders. A little bit more close to home, but prime example in my opinion. What's that? You want your high-end piece of raiding or Mythic Plus gear? Well then, you better interact with our poorly designed, completely illogical crafting system. Oh, and by the way, even if you don't choose to engage with the system natively, you best know absolutely everything about it to be able to order this piece of gear. And you've got to do half of the legwork yourself, even though the crafters out there are the ones that are meant to be specialising in it. Big brain play. Big brain. Do you need a particular tailoring spec to make the new cloak threads? No. No, there's no quality to them, so you just make them. There's nothing to it. There's no skill gap in them. You just make them. And when I say you just make them, you don't even make them. They're work orders. You just fill a work order for them. It's about as passive as you can get. It's kind of like the... I don't know. The fact that they're work orders in the first place is completely unnecessary. There's no reason tailors couldn't make them and just sling them on the auction house and people could buy them, you know, like a gem. It was fun on the beta and got so nerfed at release. What, Torghast? Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy how different it was in the run-up to the expansion than when it actually launched. Kind of weird how they do that. They did that as well with 10.2. The gameplay loop in the Emerald Dream was totally different on the beta than what it launched with, which was kind of quite jarring for somebody that tested the Emerald Dream patch quite thoroughly. For it to then be completely changed when it went live. It was odd. Kind of dislike the professions right now. Good gear should be made by the crafter and just put up on the auction house. Yeah, it's funny. Even non-crafters are slowly but surely agreeing with that sentiment. Why am I doing so much flipping legwork to get this piece of gear? Why can't I just go to the auction house and buy it? Why do I have to buy the materials? Why do I have to figure out what materials I need to buy? Why do I have to first go to an NPC to learn what materials are needed, then go to a completely separate NPC that could be some distance away if you don't happen to have a longboy to buy the materials, then come all the way back to put the materials in the order? Oh yeah, and by the way, before I do any of that, I need to spam trade chat, theoretically, to find somebody to make it for me in the first place. It's of no surprise to me that most people don't like the professions as they are right now. In terms of driving engagement, Blizzard have made a good system hated once again. Torghast, another good example. Good system, people hate it. Why? Because they force people to use it when they shouldn't have to. There was a thread over on Reddit the other day, basically talking about professions, and it surmised to that. It was a real 50-50 conflict between people that enjoy the professions and then everybody that doesn't enjoy the professions. But the way they've implemented it, it's polarizes people. Completely polarizes people. If you love the profession system, you can go at it and you absolutely love it. But if you even remotely don't like it, you will hate it with every cell in your body, which is not the way they should make, you know, key aspects of the game, in my belief. Same with island expeditions, a fun system, but forcing players made. Island expeditions were a little bit different because it was a little bit more. It was the ownership to run 5,000 million island expeditions was kind of more on the player than it was on Blizzard to a degree. Yes, it was true to say that grinding island expeditions was the most effective way to grind out your neck levels way back in the day, but there were at least other options. The problem they had with Torghast is, well, if you want your legendary crafting dust, you better go do your Torghast runs. And you better like it. And much like with work orders today, if you want your piece of gear, you better jump through these 12 unnecessary hoops instead of just doing what seemingly worked for years and years and years, which is just go to the auction house and buy the thing you need. Let the crafters do crafter things. Let people that don't want to do crafting things feel as if they don't need to do crafting things. Not rocket science. And I say this from the perspective of that they are, at the core, trying to make an entertainment product. They should not be going out of their way to make something that is not entertaining. That's the crazy thing about it. That their number one, if all else fails, concept should be, is this thing fun? And if the answer even remotely veers towards the side of no, it's not fun, they shouldn't do it. Somebody at Blizzard should be like, no, this is against like rule one in making an entertainment product. Like making a film and leaving the shit scenes in because you want the film to be 3 hours long. You know what happens to films like that? They don't do very well. Anyway, this is meant to be chill waiting room day. You got me ranting. You got me ranting. Do you think they'll announce changes at Gamescom? I don't know if we'll get any announcements of changes specifically at Gamescom. Obviously, we are getting the midnight launch, the official, here's midnight, and with that will probably come a bunch of teasers about what's coming. And it makes a lot of sense to me that shortly after we should start seeing an alpha for it in theory. Like people are putting estimations of February for the launch of Midnight, meaning an alpha can't be that far away at this point. Now, if we're getting the official announcement on the 19th, it wouldn't surprise me too much if within September we get the alpha. That will give a selection of people the ability to go and, you know, find out at least the foundations of what the expansion is going to look like.
My timeshare business could use
Interestingly for me,
slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can
professions weirdly seem to be one of the things that, at least in both obviously in Dragonflight, the profession system was brand new. So it was like a high priority item. But even in the War Within, the professions even in the War Within Alpha, were not polished, but they were mostly there. There was obviously tweaks and tuning and stuff with it, but I pretty much remember concentration was made visible and was implemented, like, even in the alpha. And I would imagine going into Midnight, considering I at least don't expect them to be changing too much. Certainly not any form of overhauls. It'll be tweaks and, like, you know, slight adjustments here or there. I would imagine even when we get an alpha, there'll be enough information to go by to get a real good feeling of how it will play out. I just hope I get in the alpha this time. Did they fire the profession guy in their team, or is it just rumors? Oh, it's not just a guy. There's never a guy working on anything in Blizzard. Not by this point. You'll have teams doing stuff. I am somewhat of the belief that the team that was probably assigned to do the profession revamp was simultaneously sweeped up and probably consists of now most of the team that are dealing with housing. Now that's only a relatively broad assumption. I don't know that in fact, but there's like some 700. The team's like some 700 strong or something for this game nowadays. So, you know, at this point, who knows who does what and when and why and where. Regarding the profession guy, I think it was more of a case of there was somebody that was like fronting. During Dragonflight's launch, there was somebody that was clearly fronting the development of the profession revamp. And for a while, they were actually quite public with talking to people about it, explaining decisions on why and stuff. But then there was one point where they did an absolutely brain-dead post and got proper called out on it. And from that point on, they kind of went radio silent. Which is not surprising, really. If you're a dev and you're taking the extra time and effort to try and talk about what you're doing and explain what you're doing and interacting with the community via forum threads and blog posts and stuff like that, and then you get absolutely slammed for some incredibly hot takes, it's no surprise they go dark. Because wouldn't you? Like, well, why am I gonna bother telling people what I'm doing and what's going on if I'm just gonna get slammed for it? Which is kind of the harsh truth in that one. Oh, he's dead. Whoops.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity.
Okay, not much is going on with this team. We have killed Tally and Nitro, though, so it's at least 50%. Move on. The mage just had to rebuy and learn the portal to teleport to Shatrath? That's odd. Feels like a bug, though, that one. Feels very odd. It's not one guy, it's a rotating schedule. Currently, the intern is handling it. Yeah, it's been passed over to the donut boy right now, it feels. Then again, even the donut boy would probably put more effort into it because at least they'd be trying to prove themselves in some way. You know. One step up from donut boy, you got coffee boy. So it's like, you know, don't have to do too good of a job delivering donuts to get that promo, I reckon. So you'd at least show some effort. Professions at 11-2 have had no effort. Negative effort as far as I'm concerned. Unless they've got something up their sleeves. 11-2 has got negative effort. Which is fine. It's the last patch of the expansion. As long as that effort is being redistributed somewhere else, it's all good. Blizzard's like a toddler. They talk wide and far about stuff and then they get called out and they're like, well, now I'm not doing it anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's kind of childish. Blizzard has... One thing that has been consistent throughout basically 2 decades is that Blizzard as a game dev team and company has a real ego about them. And to a degree, it's sort of fair, it's sort of justified. It's kind of like, I kind of liken it to sort of Gordon Ramsay level ego, you know? When you did prove to be the best of the best for a long period of time, you can kind of get away with being a bit egotistical, or being a bit arrogant. You're sort of Gordon Ramsay, you're Ronaldo, sort of, yeah, I can, you know, you get away with that because you do actually, for the most part, back it up. The problem is when you stop backing it up, you will get called out for it. Right, there is legitimately no... Oh, hang on, we've got half teams going on here. Why can't we... Oh, there we go. Now we've got things to kill. The only great profession patch was in BFA. You mean Tools of the Trade patch? What was that? 8.2? I want to say 8.2? Introducing new quest lines, introducing profession tools. It also introduced a full new swing of consumables and crafted items for each profession. Yeah, there was a lot going on with that one. On top of the fact it was 2 new zones at the same time, yeah. Both Najatar and Mechagon. Genuinely half an expansion's worth of content in that patch. We were spoiled back in the day, clearly. We didn't know it. Will you miss Undermine and 11.2 plus? You think I'm leaving Undermine? What? News to me. News to me. Is there going to be a Twitch drop with the new patch? Yes, it starts later on today. It kicks off basically with the NA launch of the patch. Obviously, Team EU waits till the next day. But yeah, it drops tomorrow. It's a I still have the post up somewhere. It's this thing. It's a pink panda pet thing. August 5th, 10 AM EDT, whatever that is in your land, which is my land. Probably 8 o'clock this evening or something, maybe. Any streamers streaming the NA launch later today will probably hoover up most of the love from this initially. We're gonna kill Slugger. It's kind of crazy we do like a casual 3 mil DPS these days. Which compared to what we were doing only at the beginning of the expansion is kind of wild. 2.69 million DPS. Giggity. Oh, we've already killed Swigs on this team. Alright, well now we've killed it twice. Tally is all that we need, and Tally is not spawned anywhere. Alright, move on. Next! For some reason, when a new patch drops, I always manage to have my schedule to do a 24-hour shift. Ouch. Ouch. Somebody else, maybe a senior of yours, probably plays World of Warcraft as well. And they're like, you know what? That Derpalicious guy, he'll do a 24-hour shift so I can go play WoW. That's probably what it is. You're being hustled, mate. You're being hardcore hustled. The Google search can convert 10 AM PDT to UTC. What's UTC? I don't know what that is either. I have always been dog shit with these timecode businesses. I just wait until somebody tells me what the answer is. People know where I live. Thwack is up apparently.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find.
Oh, okay. 19 Central Eastern Standard Time. I know that one. So yeah, 7-8 o'clock tonight for drops. I would imagine Mr. Kachak is probably streaming this evening. I would assume. I don't know for sure. Elon might also be streaming this evening. Obviously, Kachak predominantly plays NA now. So that sort of makes sense for him to be streaming this evening. There'll be places to get the drops if you want them nice and fast. Or, like I said, we'll be playing most of the day tomorrow. I don't know if we'll do like an all-day stream tomorrow, but we'll probably stream twice. I'll take a break to eat some food in the middle. You know, patch day, time to play. Oh, summertime, standard time is winter. Oh, way over my head. I wish we'd all get rid of these silly time zone businesses. Just everybody use GMT and we'll just deal with it. Job done. Genuinely. Why don't you set an extra time on your taskbar? I've got an extra one set to the West Coast because a lot of streamers I watch are in that time zone. That's actually a clever move, you know. It's not a bad idea. Slap an extra, because everything WoW comes out at a certain time, doesn't it? So yeah, that's not a terrible idea. Big brain plays. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know you could do that. Can you add another one? Additional clocks. Clock 1. Clock 2. Set clock 2 to... Oh, fucking hell, I don't know. Central American time? What did it do? It didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Oh, clock 1 and clock 2. So it's 3:30 a.m. over in Team America right now. How do I get that to show? Oh, I don't know. We'll figure this shit out another time. That's clever though. Your name is showing, by the way. Oh, I don't think that's any much of a secret these days. Oh, Nitro. Next team. Oh, you can just mouse over it now. Local time, clock 1, clock 2. Clever. Clever. Everybody now knows his name is Bob. Yep. Sir Bob the 17th. (5:30 a.m. East Coast). How is it 2 hours difference coast to coast in America, or is it 3? You spread across 2 or 3 time zones, I can't remember. Or is it something that also changes? It's 3. Oh, okay. So it could be like 2:30 in the morning, one side, 5:30 on the other side, east to west. Yeah, this is why I don't get any. This is why I don't get any Team NA, or many Team NA. Some Team NA are here. I don't understand how. You must be owls or something. Real night owls. This is why I need to stream more in the evenings. Give Team NA a chance to come say hi. Oh, there's 3 time zones, but only a 2-hour difference. Oh, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. I know Russia is 9, and they just do summer and winter time. Yeah, I think a country should just have a time zone. I don't care how big you are. But I also don't think we should do this daylight saving rubbish. Like, changing the clocks twice a year, forwards and backwards, is just a waste of time. Genuinely. It make no sense. Lack of dedication from Team USA, to be honest. I can say this because they're not listening. Sort your shit out, Team NA. Jesus. Lazy sons of bitches in bed at this time of day. Unbelievable. Russia did a hilarious thing where they did have just one time zone. The thing is, the day got so fucked for so many people that they reverted it back. Oh, in terms of the fact that when it gets light and when it gets dark, it just starts doing it at, like, super ludicrous times, I suppose. I guess, yeah, because you kind of forget, don't you, that Russia spans, like, literally half the globe.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in
So I guess,
so I can find some new marks.
I guess in that way, it probably doesn't make sense for them to have just one time. It is a big-ass country. Little Finland just sat chilling right next door to it. Still weird to think that I share a border with Russia these days. I've lived in Finland over a decade, yet it still feels odd to me. No res. There were people getting up in the middle of the night to go do their daytime jobs. Yeah, I guess it would be kind of crazy, wouldn't it? Summer winter time is no longer applicable. It used to be to save money for electricity bills, but we don't live like in those days anymore. Yeah, it was basically to, you know, so that you didn't have to have all the street lamps on for the longest of time. Changing the time by an hour saved like 30% of the nation's electricity bill or something, but it's just not the way anymore. I'm sure there was other reasons to it, but I know of that being at least the story that's thrown around. There's also only one country between Finland and North Korea. Yeah. That's a weird one to think about. Just 2 border hops away from North Korea. Nothing wrong with that. No nitro, no swigs. Let's just move on. One, two, three, four, 5 teams to go. Shouldn't be much more than about 10 minutes now, I reckon, to get all of the rares done for the day. Oh, that's a good one. Hello. Everybody up. Yoink. Even got Slugger up. We could go 5 for 5 on this run. See if we're actually quick enough to grab all of them, though. Usually, when all 4 of them are up, some random idiot tags one of them. Some absolutely uncultured swine steals one of my rares. How dare they? For your booster Demon Hunter, how did you go about getting the gear? Did you buy it off the auction house or did you craft it? I've looked at a couple of realms and the 515 gear is on a price that I don't want to pay. Okay. Technically the answer is to buy it off the auction house. But I can admit that I did get some streamer privileges with this one, and was gifted the vast majority of the set. But the answer is to buy it off the auction house. There's a few pieces, like there's a couple of pieces of crafted gear you use. Namely trinkets, I think. But the 515 set is predominantly a clever use of game mechanics farmed set, doing certain content on a certain level, which is why the gear ends up being a bit pricey. But the concept is that buying the gear and then boosting the toons yourself is still massively cheaper than paying 100k per character boost when you're doing it en masse. So even if you end up paying like 50k per slot, spend a few 100k of tokens worth of gold on getting the Demon Hunter boosted, it will pay back itself pretty damn quick. It's just, yeah, it's just an expensive upfront. Another reason why the gear might be quite expensive is I'm not totally convinced you can still actually farm it, which is also adding to why it's quite expensive. But like I said, I can't lie, I kind of skipped that piece of the puzzle. Never heard about the boosting Demon Hunter thing. Guess I was too long in Classic. Do you have a video about it for explaining? I don't, unfortunately, no. I've very much developed a bad habit of not creating short form videos of all of these things. I just tend to Q&A during the streams. There was a PDF knocking about for it. Yeah, Woo's right. It might still be in my like downloads folder or something. I can have a look. I got shared something that was like, put this in this slot and this in this slot, or maybe I was actually sent a screenshot of a PDF or something silly. I can't remember. But yeah, the TLDR is that a Demon Hunter that's capped at level 70 because it's on an account that does not have the War Within. That's like literally the most crucial part of it, is that you do not have the War Within on that account. Means the character cannot level past 70, meaning that you do not have to worry about the XP locked debuff. And then you equip that level 70 Demon Hunter with mostly 515 gear. Which predominantly comes from the auction house. Then there's a few trinkets and bits and pieces you also use. I think the trinkets are crafted, few crafted trinkets, because they can go to like silly item level, nearly 600 item level or something, but still require only level 70 to equip. which in itself is a bit broken. But they're just more like stat sticks, really, to pad the item level.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up
But
some
it then
posters
basically
in
means that that level 70 Demon Hunter is
I mean,
twinked out of its ass. And can solo dungeons and solo level 70 elites en masse. You use it to power level your ults that way. We did it for... I kind of banged it all out in that first initial leveling patch month. We just kind of went ham with it for a few weeks so that I didn't need too many months of game time on the Demon Hunter account. It's not got game time right now, so I can't even easily log in to show you. But I'm not going to give it game time just to grab a screenshot of its gear. I should have dragged this back, shouldn't I, really? I'm not thinking. Bakoto was the one that dug it out, if he's around. I've not seen Bakoto around as much recently. I don't know if he's busy. Maybe he's off playing Classic or something. He was lurking in K-Check's stream. I can't get my head around K-Check's stream at the moment. Now he's doing this like AFK stream during the day for people to get their giveaway points. Like 9 times out of 10 I'm like, oh, K-Check's live. I check in and he's not there. Greens from the auction house for level 70, but 515. Kind of back in Dragonflight Mythic geared character. Then you use Demon Hunter tank on the account that doesn't have the current expansion. Yeah, it's vitally important that it's on an account separate to your main account, because if it has the War Within, then it will obviously level to 80 where you want it to stop at 70. Slugger. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but it'll kill 30 seconds while we wait for the other rares to spawn. Let's start! Nitro's just spawned. It's a wall. Okay, chat, going the Magicus route. I mean, he's, I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of another, really. He's both, yes, giving people the opportunity to get their giveaway points for his big monthly 10 million gold giveaway streams. But at the same time, I'm not going to lurk in a channel when the streamer's not there. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a net positive doing it that way. I would probably say the best play would be to actually just set up a separate K-Check giveaway stream rather than using the main one. But I'm not sure. It's not something I've ever tested or got info on or really even thought about, to be honest. I've only killed 2 rares. Swigs, Tally, and Thwack are still missing on this team. That's too much. Too much to leave alone. I don't want to miss out on 3 rares, especially if one of them is Swigs. Oh, well, we'll come back to it later. I guess we got Slugger killed at least. 2 teams left. We might do some checklists. Coffee as well, which is dangerous. I heard that Kachak's gone back to working in the day. Not sure if it's right. Yeah, I think he's picked himself up obviously he's still a fully qualified nurse, isn't he? So he's got the advantage that you can literally hop back into a part-time. I would imagine he's just going and doing some nursey stuff for a few hours in the day. When you've got the ability to so very quickly and easily jump into something like that, I guess it really helps with paying the day-to-day bills. I can 100% relate to the fact that when it's off season, you don't make no money doing it. There's no money in this. Literally nothing whatsoever in the off season. Without going too deep in numbers and finances, because some people don't really care. Streaming to 50, 100, 150 people doesn't make you any money at the end of the month. Same on YouTube at this time of the year. Your YouTube is not going to bang the views. You can smash out some shorts. They get loads of views, but they generate negative ad revenue. So the essence is that at this point in the year, there is no money to be made doing this. So Kachak, who's recently only just gone full time, probably didn't have a big buffer to ride him through the quiet time before we get back into, like, you know, alphas, betas, expansion launch kind of hype periods. This is fundamentally why you don't see that many gold makers ever go full time. I think I'm sort of one of the only ones, really. And I only get away with it based upon the fact that I live very modestly IRL. And have done it for enough years now to have built up that rotating buffer. The support via Patreon, to be honest, is 99% of the reason why I am able to continue doing it full time. Because if it was just via streaming and via YouTube, it's fundamentally not really possible. There's that one guy that sells his guide for 50% off. I forget his name. Yeah, I mean, even in that scenario, I don't think Student has ever given up his full-time job. I think he has the luxury of being able to go part-time with his full-time job when there's a lot going on in WoW. But then he's also able to pick up his job again during the quiet times. This is the strategy that, for most people, is what's going to work out the best. I know that too well. Can't work a normal job, unfortunately, so content creation is all I do. It's yeah, the swings in revenue between hype seasons and off season is brutal. But I've done it for like nearly 5 years now. So I've gone through the 12-month calendar enough times to have seen the pattern and to understand it. I guess we go kill Slugger. But yeah, it's if I was in Kachak's shoes, I would absolutely jump at the opportunity to just bang out some part-time basic job to cover the bills, and then you can basically fully relax and de-stress about the financials 100% when you're doing your content creation, which is the best way to do it. Because I shit you not, people are not dumb, right? People are not stupid. People can see. It's very, very transparent, I think, to people when you start seeing content creators that are doing it just to make money. I don't think I don't think people are too fooled by that. I've no idea about Gold Goblin either. He gets good viewer numbers. Yeah, Gold Goblin's, I am pretty convinced that he's, like... I mean, his Twitch viewership numbers have always been really good. He basically has the German community on lockdown. He also then has his website, which is... I obviously don't know the German market of goal making in that much detail, mostly by proxy of not speaking German, but I don't know if there's that many other resources out there that even remotely compete with his website either. But yeah, he can easily average like 600-700 viewers plus, often 1K plus, which is the kind of viewership on Twitch where just ad revenue alone can probably bring you a full-time revenue.
I mean, customers.
That is, I don't know what the ad revenue is like for a German streamer. That said, I know how Twitch's ad revenue works well enough to know that they don't really differentiate in terms of the fact that, you know, if you're Team Germany probably gets displayed the same ads, and I would imagine half of them are in English as well. It's not like Twitch is particularly great from an ad platform. That's why they can't make any money. Right, last team. See if we can get 4, maybe 5 more rare kills. Then we think about maybe doing some checklists or something. Never heard of him, and I've been watching Twitch for like 10 years. A Gold Goblin. Well, I mean, he streams in German. His entire stream is in German. So, I mean, if you are not of Team Germany, it's understandable. Oh, well, hello. No, this team's not even prepped and ready for killing rares. So I guess we are done with the killing rares today. Especially when content creators are fucking up. I remember Invader V basically cussing out her viewers that weren't subbed. You should have quote, you should have $5, and if you don't, get out and work until you have $5. Oh yeah, that's a recipe for disaster, isn't it? Holy. You should have $5 to just randomly give me. Flipping hell. Yeah, that's lead balloon strategy, that is. Some people approach it differently though. Some people's streams is just all about farming subs. And then there are others that are the exact opposite of that. You know, people do what works for them. I'm not knocking any of it. How did the talk go back in the day with Mrs. Manthius? Think you'll also be lucky to have a partner that supports you. Well, in the early days, when I started doing this sort of full time back in end of Shadowlands, I think is when I decided to like give it a proper go.
Sweet profit together.
Kahani, my man, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll wear a push-up bra or something for next stream. Yeah, back in the day, the conversation was pretty simple. The conversation was pretty simple because at the time we had money in the bank. So it was Mrs. Manthias has always had her career path that has worked quite well for her over the years. As I mentioned, we both live relatively modestly. We don't have kids, which is also a big factor, I think, here. Whilst we have multiple dogs, we don't have kids, which means our monthly outgoings and our expenditure and our financials are a little bit more straightforward, I tend to feel, than when you have kids. When you have kids, for flipping expenses seem to pop up from all angles. I am informed. We had a bit of money in the bank, and my wife's job was both secure and reasonably well paid. So yes, it is true to say that there was a little bit of a safety net there when I started. So I could go the first year or two. I was able to basically go 2 years and figure all of this shit out, right? I was able to go full-time content creator for about a 2-year period without really having to worry about any sort of financials for it. Bit of money in the bank, living relatively modestly. I was able to, my YouTube was already starting to do things. So it wasn't really too stressful, and it gave me that 2-year period to just figure stuff out, figure out how this works, figure out how it can be made sustainable. And now, 5 years later, I'm still doing it, so it clearly works, you know? I'm going full time, okay, good luck, and that's pretty much how it went. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't far off the situation. Without going into vast amounts of detail, living in Finland without speaking Finnish makes you relatively difficult to employ for basic stuff. There are certainly companies out there that will absolutely snap up any of your real life skills, but it's not very straightforward to just step into a basic job without speaking the language in this country. So there was a period of time where me going and doing content creation, bringing in some money, was better than not bringing in any money. And I'm kind of stubborn that I refuse to be on, like, unemployment benefits. So it was, that was the decision, really. It was significantly easier to drive forward with content creation than it was to struggle doing a job that I didn't enjoy. It's kind of the whole argument for having UBI, let people take the risks and do something creative that might actually lead to something in the long run. Yeah, universal basic income is an interesting concept. I mean, we are dangerously close to getting political when we start talking about stuff like this, but yeah, conceptually, UBI is an interesting concept. Some people will take it and run with it and do nothing else with their day. Live modestly off it. Some people will still want to drive for a higher purpose and still will go out and do more creative things without the stress of putting food on the table at the end of the month. So conceptually, it's interesting.
Is that your
I'm
wallet?
not totally
You're
convinced
just glad to see me.
most nations would be
Both,
able
I
to
hope.
implement it in a way that would actually work. But theoretically, at least, it sort of makes sense. UBI is never coming. When the rich people can use robots for everything, they will just cull people. Well, yeah, this is where it depends if your opinion is half full or half empty, doesn't it? Because it's yes, very easy to look at it and go, you know, when the uber rich don't need us peasants to work for them because they've got robots and AGI to work for them instead. Things that don't complain and don't unionize and don't expect healthcare services, then it does weirdly kind of get slightly problematic that the uber rich then all of a sudden don't need the peasants.
Profit together.
Whereas at least today they need the workforce to do the work for them. But yeah, there is some weirdness about that. Why would the uber rich feel the need to fund the peasants when they don't bring any value? It's kind of scary in a way, but it's like I said, this is mostly philosophical theory than too political, at least. Because, like I said, I don't really think there's any nation out there that has a flipping hope in hell of actually properly implementing it. So, it doesn't matter. Saviour with the 44. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that. It's that level of support that is what keeps this career path very interesting. Thank you. And Mr. Norton with the gifties, my man. Thank you very much. Claiming your position at top of the tree, I think there. Thank you. Thank you. This is the Invader V clip. It's only the first minute. With knowing what that person is like, I am skeptical to watch that on stream, because even having it up for a minute means it might get copied. Oh, I have seen this, yeah. Yeah, she proper crashed out on this. Proper crashed out. Yeah, I saw that way back in the day. I kind of forgot that existed. I recognise that clip straight away. That's kind of funny. Right, dumpsters. Dumpsters, rares is done. Dumpsters, rares, scrap cans, maybe? Dumpsters, rares, scrap cans. Let's bang out some of these easy checklists. Dumpsters is relatively easy. Let's go get scrap cans. Crash is up here. Go. Dumpsters take too long. Side street is fast. Not when my dudes have no gear, it's not. If it was on a main character, I'd agree. I mean, I could, in theory, boost them all through a side street with my main, maybe, possibly. That would maybe get them all done in one go. But I should be able to, within a 2-minute period, get the 100 cans. We're time wasting today anyway. This is waiting room kind of mode. Kill some time. Was this before OnlyFans? I think it was at the cusp of OnlyFans, like as OnlyFans became a thing. It is kind of interesting, isn't it? That, at least by my interpretation, the amount of, like, let's just call them what they are, titty streamers, right, on Twitch, seems to have declined over the last year or so. Like I said, not that I'm proactively out there looking for them, but like... Oh, there we go. 100 scrap cans, look, see? Easy business. I'm not even going to stick around. Dumpsters is easy business. I just need to literally find a dumpster. But not even a dumpster. I need a trash can. Shiny trash can. It says there's a trash can around here. Why can't I see it? Oh, no, because it's further over this way. No, where's this trash can? Can't remember where half of these trash cans are on the day today. I've still got all of the default rares up on the map for these characters because I never bothered to go claim them. Ah, give me a regular treasure. Not a one-time treasure. How can I not be finding a single one? Oh, here's one on the corner, look. That'll do us. Oh, no, wait, that's not even it. Flipping out. Shiny trash can, there we go. What's that little wee aura to the left of your display? Some sort of to-do list? Oh, the top here. It's an add-on. It's a rare tracker add-on. I think it's literally called rare tracker. So I can keep an understanding of which rares I've killed for the day and which ones I have not killed. Every time I go anywhere near a trash can, it seems to despawn. Trash cans is meant to be an easy one. And for those that don't know, you don't need to find 25 of them, by the way. You only need to find one. And then you just spam click it. Right, this is proving to be a bag of dicks. There's one, look. Ready. Boom, 25 dumpsters, done. Checklist finished. Right, hand it in. Oh shit, who do we hand this into? I just don't even know where the quartermaster is for this faction. Who am I looking for? Blackwater Cartel. Where's the Blackwater Cartel quartermaster? Is that this one down here? Is it this one in the house back here? Down here somewhere. Blackwater quartermaster, there we go. Shit, what happened? Did I get the rep? Yeah, I think so. Insta completed it, which is what scared me. No, wait, hang on. Finder's fee. That's what we want. Boom, there we go. 1,000 rep. Nice. 22 to go. There were still quite a few of them. When I look for female streamers as a woman, so many I have to just move away quickly because of that. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I'm obviously not trying to claim here that they have been fully exterminated, but still a lot of thirst traps out there when you look for them, I imagine, but there seems to be a bit of a decline of them at least. Right. Turbo cans is easy. Oh, turbo cans, and this actually requires the delve, or we got to do 10 jobs, which is grim. Maybe we don't bother. Scrap cans again. Scrap cans and a single side gig. Scrap cans is easy, a side gig is easy. Assuming there's a side gig that's easy to just insta-complete. Let's have a look. See if there's any quick and easy ones. No, stop auto-selecting everything. Support beams, kill things, grabs, or shiny treasures. Okay, on low-geared tunes, none of those are going to be super easy. But we'll see. Oh, especially when I don't seem to have the right keybinds or the right UI or anything on this dude. What the hell's going on here with this UI? For Christ. It's gone horribly wrong. I suggest a handy weak aura that colors the treasures and cans on your map. Undermine minimap treasure icon color. Oh, I don't do this I don't do this often enough to care about getting specific weak auras and stuff for it. It's a good suggestion though, thank you. I try to keep the weak auras and stuff I use on these accounts to an absolute bare minimum because it impacts load time. I have to have weak auras on, but I try and keep the amount of them I use to an absolute rock bottom minimum. What is it you're doing here? Can you explain what you're farming? I'm killing time today. We're waiting for the next patch. I'm basically doing the checklists on as many characters as I can because every turn-in is 1,000 rep with one of the sub-factions. And because I have like 80 plus characters that qualify for doing the checklists, I can fortunately get quite a lot of rep quite quickly when I want to. It just means I've got to go and do it. And hopefully we'll be able to get this last sub-faction to Exalted today if I actually do enough checklists. Kind of finishing off, you know, just getting the last bits and pieces of the patch done before we head into a new one. This treasures one actually might be an easy, quick side gig to do, even on low level tunes by the looks of things, rather than the kill things. I can't guarantee on half of these characters that they've even got gear, so killing mobs is not the thing I want. There we go, 5 treasures, that's completed the side gig, that's easy. Anything in the next patch you're looking forward to? I always enjoy going and playing the new zones, completing the new zones. I will usually spend a week or two doing all of the campaign, doing all of the side quests, killing the world quests, grinding the new renown. I like the gameplay loop of just having a new zone to go and do and explore. The phase diving, the sort of the minigame-esque way of the fact that the new zone has like 2 separate phases. I'm not going to lie, phase diving doesn't look particularly interesting to me. It's it feels too Torghasty, sorry, not Torghasty, too Korthia-like, too more like why, like, it isn't really any different. It's just basically a way to do a world quest in a different way. You have to be in a certain phase. You have to dive into the phase to complete a world quest. But you're then limited to not being able to fly. Sure, you run a little bit faster, but it doesn't feel as if there's enough of an upside to counteract the downside. But at least doing the phase diving, there's, you know, a new reward vendor and stuff, so people are going to be incentivized to do it. Feels... I have a feeling from tomorrow, lots of people are going to jump into it and go, you know what, I don't particularly enjoy this. The Eco Dome thing has some quite interesting side missions to it, like padding out the Eco Domes and stuff again. I'm not sure how aggressive I'm going to hit the game in 11.2, honestly. I'm like, I'll gear my main tune up by doing some delves and whatever, but I might not be too religious about it. I had a really good reason to gear up my main tune in 11.1, which was the faster I kill rares, the more rares I can kill. The more rares I can kill, and the more gold I can make. I don't really feel as if I have that same incentive to grind gear. Because I weirdly still feel that Undermine is going to be the cash cow. So, I'm not totally sure. but this is just a byproduct of not really spending too much time on the PTR. So, not from a perspective of not wanting to spoil things, but just I know that there's not going to be a huge amount that's going to keep me really interested or excited in 11.2, so I don't kind of want to do it all before it even launches, if that sort of makes sense. I explored the PTR enough to get a sense of what's going on, but I didn't want to go in and like play the PTR like it's live, if you know what I mean. Go. Ooh, Cartel Bestie. What's this? Reach revered with all of them. An ensemble, the Goblin Bruises attire. Nice. Do I get that automatically, or do I have to learn that? Maybe I get that automatic. Oh yeah, I got it automatically. It's popped up in my chat log. Right, that means we're revered. That means we're 21 checklists to go. 21 to go. Could be a busy day. I find these kind of new zones fun to experience once they're then live and then see what happens. Yeah, it's always fun for me to get a bit of a sneak peek into what's going on with them, but then to see how the community like grabs onto them when it actually goes live. And more than anything, it's really interesting to see just how how they play out, because on the PTR you're kind of mostly running around completely solo. The social economics of a new zone when you're testing it on the PTR. But when the game goes live and for that first week, you've got that just mad rush of everybody in a zone, and when a rare spawns, 50 people are flying over to it to kill it and all of this sort of stuff. That's really fun. So I enjoy the first week of a new patch, usually. Unless the zone is doing something that just really annoys me deliberately. That doesn't happen too often. Not too keen on the idea of Mythic Plus in the next remix. I'm on the fence about it. I'll wait and see it. I know I don't like Mythic Plus in retail. The gameplay loop of Mythic Plus doesn't appeal to me in retail, but Remix is not retail in the same regards, right? So here's to who knows what Legion Remix, if it will grab me in that game mode, I don't know. Side gig, scrap cans. I'd then also have to do jobs or races. No, this dude's dead. We're not doing it on that one. How have I not done it on my main fella, actually? How's my main not completed their checklist? That's real silly. Oh, because I'd actually have to do the 2 races. That's probably why. No, I wouldn't. Rares, turbo cans, dumpsters, cartel. Let me go find a trash can.
My timeshare business could use a little publicity. Slap up some posters in Pleasant Heights so I can find some new marks. I mean, customers.
Okay. It was easy business, wasn't it? I should have done that flipping 2 days ago, because then I could have been collecting more check cards. I've got over 1,000 check cards, though. I don't think I need them. I should have done this weeks ago. Nothing like leaving shit to the last minute.
Satisfaction recommended. I got just what you need. That's it?
Well, I guess what I can do, actually, is I can continue to go and get a new checklist. Because if it's an easy one, we just do it again. Give me another one. Turbo cans, scrap cans, 3 rares, and 10 jobs. Turbo cans, scrap cans. Damn, I've killed all the rares for the day. I've killed all the rares I need to kill for the day. But turbo cans and scrap cans is easy. Turbo cans. Scraps that way.
Look, you've been doing some good work lately. So go enjoy a few holes on me at the course.
Let me press the button. We press the button. Or is it dead already? Are we done? I missed it. Where's the next one? You leave stuff till the last minute, it only takes a minute to complete. Or you never finish it. That's the other more likely scenario, especially as far as I'm concerned. Or you just never do it. Because a minute isn't long enough. But I get your logic, you're not wrong. I don't understand the motivation behind people playing Remix or Seasons of Discovery or any other short time event and service. To me, an MMORPG is something more or less permanent with constant progression and such. These events are nothing like it, but at least collectors could carry stuff from MOP to Remix. Yeah, well, MOP Remix was just silly arcade mode. It was an arcade game. You know, why does somebody put a quarter in an arcade machine and shoot basketballs for 5 minutes to get some tickets out of it? It's just a silly little arcade game that was fun. The fact that it's themed World of Warcraft and it's themed around a storyline that you may have experienced the first time round is an extra appeal to people. It's not trying to be the same game. And in some regards, the fact that it is an arcade game takes away one of the what some people see as a stress of retail, being that it is permanent, it is constant progression, it's constant, almost, I mean, the treadmill term is thrown around a lot with retail. You're constantly on a treadmill that's moving, sometimes faster than you're running. Whereas, you know, going and playing an arcade game, but that is themed around the game you predominantly play day to day, is very appealing to some. Sure, it's not retail, but we don't need a second retail. We've already got retail.
Let's go.
The rares is actually going to be slightly tricky to do on this dude, now thinking about it. Let's get the turbo cans. Drive around and pick up some turbo cans. We'll accidentally kill a few rares when we jump onto other tunes. Nitro, Swigs, Tally, Thwack. Yeah, this team has killed all of the rares today. So it doesn't need any more kills, but we'll get some bonus rare kills at some point.
Celebs having a good time to show the cool side of Undermine, right? Steam Weedle's making delicious flavors over there. See what you can salvage to perk up our grog's taste.
And up here, yoink. I'm to learn which ramps have most of these turbo cans on them after doing this a few times. Is that not 50 yet? Does killing a rare for the second time count, I wonder? Don't know. See ya, Swigs. Killer Swigs. That's the rule. Watching Mantheus was more fun than playing it myself. I'm not totally convinced that Legion Remix is going to end up being more fun than Mop Remix. I can't lie. One of the big enjoyment factors of Mop Remix was that I felt that for the most part I was way ahead of schedule with the gearing, because I went into Mop Remix kind of knowing what was going on. I'd done the playtest weekend. Now, I hadn't fully leveled up to 70 during the playtest weekend, but I did kind of understand natively that you were going to overgear to like extreme levels. And I felt that I got on board with that fast enough that I was, for the most part, for the hype period of Mop Remix anyway, I was quite ahead of the curve when it came to gearing and the power spike. Very, very quickly, within a couple of days, we were able to basically pug and solo raids, which was really fun. I enjoyed the stream time, and I enjoyed playing Remix like 18 hours a day for the first week. I'm not sure Remix Legion is going to have quite the same pull. That's mostly because people are going to go into it this time knowing what to expect from it, and more people will just absolutely smash it. Were you a frogger? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got a few hours of frogging in, for sure. I then subsequently had my cloak nerfed. Yet within a few days, I still ended up with more threads than everybody else, even after having it nerfed. Threads was simply a reward for playing the game a lot, and I was playing it flipping 12 to 18 hours a day the first week. Very unhealthy, but the whole Frogger thing was just funny. And the Frogger thing was only a thing because people didn't understand the game mode. People looked at the power spike that people had gained in the first couple of days and equated that 100% to the fact that those players had killed frogs for a few hours, not realizing that within a couple of days you were meant to get to that power spike. These players weren't months and months and months of progress ahead. No, they were literally a couple of days of progress ahead. But that really wasn't a big deal because they were kind of capped on their power anyway by virtue of once you got enough bronze and you geared out, you were done, realistically. Even though there was a bit of an infinite power spike with pretty aggressive diminishing returns at the end of it, it was silly. This is why the whole thing was really silly, because it got more outrage than it really deserved, and that's basically because people didn't actually really understand that it wasn't that big of a deal. But when you see somebody soloing a raid after them doing something that you didn't feel you had access to do, of course you put 2 and 2 together and say they exploited, they cheated, they should, all of this sort of rubbish. No, they just killed mobs for a few days with a hyperspawn. It was like it was so funny to me. Blown out of proportion so much. Any speculation on what the Legion frogs might be? Yeah, the frogs hyperspawning in Mr. Pandaria was already very well known and documented about. I can't off the top of my head think about what the Legion equivalents are, but I'm sure there are Legion equivalents. Dumpsters, turbo cans, side gig, scrap cans, and a delve. We can do dumpsters, turbo cans, and scrap on this dude quite easily. And we could get the checklist on all 4 of these and see which ones have got easy ones and which ones have got trash ones. I should have, annoyingly, I should have picked up these checklists a few days ago, because then any that has kill 3 rares would have basically had a freebie. Look, here we go, kill 3 rares. This dude would have had some free progress out of this. Is it retroactive? I bet it's not, is it? No, it's only retroactive for siding with a cartel. It might make these ults a bit harder, more time consuming to finish the chets on, but you live and you learn. The alt leveling with the mailbox was far more advantageous than one Frogger. Oh, yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah. Yeah. The fact that you could bank all of the threads in the mailbox and not pick them up, and then stay at low-level dungeons that were super fast and easy to complete until you mathematically calculated that you had enough threads in your bank to slingshot your way to max level, was just like... That was significantly more impactful than frogging. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But nobody paid any attention to that. And in fact, everybody ended up doubling down on that as using it as a way to get loads of ults. Kind of funny. Kind of funny how shit works. There was a cloth farm in Suramar that was crazy for multi-boxing back in the day. Can't recall if it was nerfed in the end. It was nerfed slightly. It was very much to the end of Remix, though. It was nerfed, but there's a strong chance that it will be... I can show you exactly where it is. There's a strong chance that that will be a good candidate for some early shenanigans. They're in Suramar, in the main city. Ooh, let's see if I can remember the exact spot. Around here somewhere, I think. Because you had a bridge, you had a couple of bridges, and you had a couple of mobs around sort of here that if you killed them fast enough would hyperspawn, and they dropped cloth. This was a very lucrative spot for cloth farming. I don't know. We can think about that sort of shit close to the time. If I think about it now, I'll have forgotten it again by the time it matters. Right, dumpsters, turbo cans. Does anybody else have? Are we going to do you? No, because you've got to do jobs and a down. You're dead. Dumpsters. We need to do 3 off the list. We're not easily going to be able to do rares because we've already killed the damn rares for today. Dumpsters, we can do 10 jobs a day. That's a dead tune. We're not doing you. Cans, rares, cartel. 1, 2, maybe 3. Ah, annoyingly, all of these characters feel pretty dead. They do all have the side street delve, though. Do we just boost one of these, this set, through a side street delve? That's a way to get some progress on all of them. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, hop in, fellas. Can I not be wombo comboing this with their belt, maybe? These guys have their belts. They do have their belts. Oh, I can't be bothered. It's too much like hard work to think about that. Let's just do the delve.
Taking a big hit with all this violence. Get some pics of celebs having a good time to show the cool side of Undermine, right?
Tier 1, go. Right, are we all in? We're all in. How do I have a quest? How the hell do I have a quest? Oh, cool. Chef. Hasn't completed the prerequisites. Can I pick up the... Can't pick up my weekly quest to upgrade my belt. Can I pick it up from the dungeon journal? I bet I can't, can I? No. Alright, that's fine. Let's just expand the dungeon quickly. Any more? I'll be slow the first time I do this, but I'll figure it out in a minute. Kidnap mechanics rescued. The mailbox clean out now at 34 mil with only ever one account. Sounds like a brag, but it's not. There's nobody else I could tell these things to, sorry. No, I mean, that's, you know, incredibly successful goal making. That's why we're here. We all enjoy a good success story. I mean, an epic failure story is equally as fun, but like, we'll take a solid success story. Well done. Where's these mechanics I'm meant to be rescuing? How long was Panda Remix? I think it lasted about 3 months. It went on for ages. In my opinion, it went on too long, but it went right up until the early access phase for The War Within. So the very last 3 months of Dragonflight was MOP Remix. I think I played it pretty aggressively for like 4 weeks, and then I mostly put it down. And I think I put it down because it was at that point we got beta access. If I remember correctly, the second beta came out, I basically stopped playing Remix almost overnight. But Remix for me took about a month to do anyway. I do hope that they revisit how long it took you to fully gear up in Legion Remix. It was mathed to be about 60 hours of gameplay. 60 hours of reasonably efficient bronze farming would get you fully geared in MOP. And I think that 60 hours of gameplay in a game mode that's only ever going to be there 3 months was too long. It was fine for me. I did it in a week. But, you know, I sweaty degen moded it. For an optional side hustle game mode, it took way too long to fully gear. So I do hope they address that in Legion Remix. I think it needs to be even more than cut in half. I think maybe 20 hours of playing the game. Maybe 25, because you could say 5 hours to level up your character to level cap in the first place. But it absolutely shouldn't be taking 60 hours to fully gear in a optional side hustle game mode. It was way too long. Do you remember how we lost millions in Dark Moon cards in Dragonflight? Yeah. Yeah. both Dark Moon cards right at the very beginning, because the damn things could be flipping fished for. Dark Moon cards at the very beginning, and then good old Dracothists fucked me good and raw. ETR is better than Remix. Well, yeah, getting... for me, it was even more important because I didn't get alpha access for the War Within. So for me, it was even more critical that when I got beta access to jump in with 2 feet. If I can get alpha access this time, which I can keep my fingers crossed for, if I can get alpha access this time, then maybe the stress of smashing the beta to learn everything we need to learn might not be as heavy. But I didn't actually feel as if there was much of a rush at the end for the launch of the War Within. I am probably not going to produce a guide to the same degree that I did in the War Within. My Goblin Guide to the War Within, I'm really proud of it as a piece of content. I still to this day believe that there is absolutely no better guide to the professions anywhere to be found. But I do think the level of detail in it is almost too much. It's fully ready for 11.2, by the way. I should probably use this as a slightly shameless promo opportunity here. My Goblin Guide to the War Within is fully... The crafting professions are all fully updated for 11.2. And it probably won't really see many more updates now for the rest of the expansion, because it doesn't need them. But I don't think going into as much detail as I did for every single profession is really that necessary. I might do a slightly more toned down version of it. I mean, I never really planned to do it for the War Within anyway. It was just my own personal notes from playing the beta. And then I was like, there's a lot of valuable information here. Let's pad it out. Let's make it look neat and tidy. Let's send it over to the patrons as a bit of a thank you. And it was reasonably well received. That said, it was almost too much effort for what ultimately was the first patch of the expansion, and much after that, I can't lie, it doesn't hold quite the same level of value for people today as it did at the beginning of the expansion. Because once you know how the professions work, you know how to build a proper toon, it's this is where I think K-Chak has smashed it this expansion. His spreadsheet has done a lot of people a lot of favors, I think. Where's the other? Doing this delve multiple times over is going to be far too flipping slow for these chat lists. This isn't going to be something I'm going to do multiple times to get the chat lists finished. I think we can be more choosy, more selective with who we do chat lists on. I only need to complete 20 of them, and I've got like 80 characters. It means I only need to do 1 out of each 4, and I'll still have enough. I guess I do kind of need to this fella, don't I? Clean this zone a bit. Rule number 1 on a Mantis stream, we never talk about Dracothists. Oh, I mean, there's no doubt a lot of people made a lot of money off Dracothists. if you were able to quickly spin up a whole bunch of alchemists, if you were fortunate enough to actually have a bunch of max level characters as well, you could spin up a whole bunch of, alchemists pretty quickly. There was some good money to be made there for sure. It's just my take, my driving force with it was to spend a bunch of my gold on them early days, and fortunately caught the wrong end of my knowledge and my investment was predicated on the fact that there'd be a shortage of them because there was a limit to how many you could produce. When there was no limit because people exploited it, then I kind of got fucked by that a bit, but you win some, you lose some. Alright, that should give all of these dudes completion of the delve at least. Theory. Yep, there we go. Side street delve. Now, the real question is how many of these really actually needed that? This dude, we're going to be able to finish it on. Drive around, pick up some dumpsters, pick up some turbo cans. Dumpsters, turbo cans. Actually, anybody else? We're not going to do 10 jobs, so this dude is never going to get completion. We're not doing 10 jobs. We're not fishing. We're not catching pets. We're not going and doing the other delve. Carja cruising. Collect 50 cans. That's the turbo cans, isn't it? Yeah, that one's just never going to get finished. Dumpsters. Dumpsters, rares or races. Annoying to do either, really. Maybe we get rares. You can go in the car, find a dumpster. Scrap cans, rares, races. Scrap cans will do. Maybe races will do. Just these two then. Find a dumpster. Need to find 50 of these things. Remember how we also lost some money on spores? I did pretty well off those, actually, all things considered. Buying and reselling the spores. Until the zone was just like hella farmed by bots. But nice and early, it wasn't too bad. I'm 30 mil in the hole with delve reagents, no longer speculating. Ouch, that's a lot. Where's a damn trash can? Can they find a trash can? This one round here somewhere? There's one. $25 dumpsters. Who else is with him? You. There's your dumpsters done. Turbo cans. Turbo cans is kind of actually easy to cheese around the world boss area, isn't it? Just driving a lap. I've probably nearly done this already. For the ones with the turbo cans, just idle your car over one of them and go do something else as they actually respawn quite quickly. Oh, that's quite clever. Yeah, that's a good move. lurking round here because I can't need many more of them. This is where we hand them in anyway. Apparently I do need more. How are we doing, Marcus? Welcome in. Good morning, good mornings. There we go. Our turbo cans. Wait, what? Oh, I need to complete the checklist first. Boom. 1,000 more rep in the bank. Pre-ordered the Gallywix mount for this Thursday, 2.8 million. Oh, you bought a boost for it, did you? Mythic boost. That's still less than you paid for the crowd pummeler, right? If I remember correctly, didn't you? Weren't you a 3.1 million dude on that one? Turbo cans, but jobs we decided we were never going to do, so you're done. You can get put to bed. You're not actually going to complete your list. Too much like hard work. You need to do 2 races, 3 rares, or 10 jobs. Well, the races aren't tragically difficult. There's one. Gallywix mount is a good one. Yeah, I think I think that will be one that gets farmed for a long time, I reckon. I think there'll be people when it goes 1% and it goes farmable. I think that the Gallywix mount is one that will get farmed for a long time. Apparently 3 mil or so for it now can basically guarantee it for you. Your spending habits, Mr. Goldson, are worse than mine. I thought I was good at spending gold in this game. I ain't dropping 3 mil on a mount ever, though. And I made the best part of 15, 20 mil off Mechanica mounts this patch. Selling them, that is. Not buying them. Right, there's one race. Another race anywhere? What's this one? Grimy Timekeeper. Can you just do the same race twice? Is that a thing? Is it being turned into a 1% tomorrow? It's a good question. It shouldn't be, because they're still selling boosts. I think until the end of the expansion. That's a good question. I don't actually know. It'd be a bit of a shit fiesta if Goldson pays 3 million for a 1% chance. I think it will get switched to 1% at the end of the War Within. I'm pretty sure of it. Obviously, in Midnight, soloing it on Mythic still probably won't be a thing. Unless your name's Rex Troy. So it won't be until the last Titan where it'll probably be farmable 1%, would be my guess. That's when it should, technically it should go Legacy, but who knows what the flipping hell is going to be going on by that point. Go. Put the checklist down. Gonna spend on heroic raid boosts in season 3, gear my demon hunter to the teeth, and then park him at 80, ready for midnight. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Get him absolutely geared to the hills. Right, what about this dude? Scrap cans and races. Right, let's just go do that one race twice. It's nice to know that we can actually just do the same race twice and that qualifies. Isn't boosting now banned in China? Yeah, for the most part. NetEase have basically turned around and said, yeah, we're not having this anymore. In before they start selling boosts themselves. It was kind of ironic reading that post yesterday about NetEase over in China dictating that boosting is now basically outlawed, when NetEase is one of the most egregious companies in game development when it comes to monetization. It's kind of pretty bonkers if I'm going to be honest. Any raid recipes this patch? In a way, yes. There are recipes that are locked behind not killing bosses in the raid per se, but the new raid Renown. Renown 8 with the new raid Renown unlocks a few recipes. Also unlocks a brand new raid farmable crafting material. Check the goblin notes. Oh shit, did I pin the... I don't think I pinned the comments today, did I? Shit, I forgot to do that. It's pinned in the Discord, in the War Within Discord channel. So yeah, some of them are unlocked via Renown 8 with the Maniforged Vandals. So yeah, you get tools of the trade secrets. This is unlocking a few recipes, and also unlocks this Maniforged Instruments crafting reagent, which is predominantly used in these recipes. The recipes aren't actually that interesting though, or at least we don't believe they're that interesting. There is these bonus 3 cartel rep contracts unlock at Renown 8. Nobody seems to know what these mean or are for yet though. Nobody seems to know what's going on with these. And the only other thing is a Gleeful Glamour Ethereal. There are rumours knocking about that the Ethereal is going to be a playable race. Because when you think about the Gleeful Glamours, nearly all of them, if not all of them, allow you to change into a playable race. I think. So there's rumours knocking about that they're going to make Ethereals like a playable race in 9.2.5 or something. I can't confirm any of this. This is rumour mill doing rumour mill things. But yeah, this enchanting recipe and the 3 extra contracts for inscription is what unlocks at Renown 8, which will be in 2 months' time. Pretty much to the day. I'll share this out right now real quick, hang on. Goblin notes 411.2. In those. They should be pinned. 2 months' time is a patch date, though, right? Maybe some mini patch. Yeah, it's suspected that that's when. Well, it's more than suspected. It's nearly guaranteed at this point, based on their patch cadence, that will be when 11.2.5 launches. And it's clearly going to launch with something to do with these 3 sub-cartels in the new zone. We don't know too much more than that, but either way, we'll know soon. Broker cartels unlock, like the Undermine, copy-paste. I mean, yeah, it could be some bonus extra thing to chase after for the last of it or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know. What can you tell us about the thing you teased at the beginning of the stream? Oh, well, I can't tell you any more than I said at the beginning of the stream. I got some interesting information that I can't tell you really much about, but it's interesting. Just make sure you get your 1 raid renown each week. This is it. It's going to mean I'm going to have to do my LFR and get my renown every week. Annoyingly, so that in 8 weeks' time, I'm able to get access to that stuff at the same time. Scribes, if they want to make some, will need to do that for sure. Do you have the Epstein list? Yes, it's in my back pocket. I stole it from a blind man. Right, scrap cans. Where's the trash can? There's no trash can on my map. Why is there no trash can on my map? Hello, game? We go to the middle. Oh, there it is. Manthis being the tease of 2025 was not on my bingo card. Cannot sell this to a merchant? Oh, cannot sell it to this merchant. Oh, okay. Right, go, go, gadget, go. Right, can we get these 100 without getting too bombarded? There's catch up though, right? For the raid renown stuff. Well, sort of. I think it works the same as it does in 11.1, which is still not as fast as I would have liked it. Oh wait, I'm playing a paladin all of a sudden. I was pressing keybinds for a hunter, wondering where my pet was. I was like, where the Christ is my pet? Kill command isn't working. Playing a paladin. Right, turn this checklist in. I think we're making good progress with these checklists, you know. I'm still not convinced I might get them. I'll get them all done today. Kind of starting to get hungry, but boom, another 1,000 rep. All of that rubbish. What's that put us at now? 4,000 out of 21. Can you tell us the source? Then we can speculate wildly. The source was Blizzard Entertainment. Right. You lot are done? Everybody's done.
Tourism's taking a big hit with all this violence. Get some pics of celebs having a good time.
I need to kill 3 more rares, which will accidentally happen. Right, let's log on the next team. Let's get them their checklists and see if there's anything interesting we need. Wow, 2 wow, 5 confirmed. You did say wildly. Yeah, let's go for it.
Tourism's taking a big hit with all this violence.
Right, these dudes have killed all of the rares that they need for the day. Let's see what's on their checklists. Right. Dumpsters, races, rares, delve. Cartel and dumpsters is easy. Races is feasible. Rares and delve is going to be annoying. This might be a dead tune. It wouldn't necessarily have been dead if I've got rares to kill, but I've already killed all the rares. What about you then? You said interesting and affects everybody, so it can't be goal making related. Oh no, it affects everybody that's here. And affect everybody globally. Cartel, we can do dumpsters, scrap cans, and a side gig. Alright, this is an easy one. This is one we can do. Dumpsters, side gig, scrap cans. Yeah, this is a win. One more checklist. What about this dude? Oh, there's everything on this list. Dumpsters, turbo cans, scrap cans, rares, delves. Okay, this is an easy one to do as well. Wombo combo them. Do dumpsters and turbo cans together. Both of these two can do dumpsters and turbo cans and scrap cans. Oh, okay, we could have a... Can we get a full team of 3 to go do similar things? That'd be nice. Dumpsters, scrap cans, jobs, and delve. That's annoying. That's not going to get done. You're dead. Nope. Three are easy. The last 2 are a pain in the ass. Alright, let's log you out. I heard in another stream somebody claiming they'd seen the midnight announcement cinematic and that it was epic. You didn't give any further details though. That sounds like a Towley thing to say. That screams Towley. It's exactly the kind of thing I could expect him to say. Cartel, dumpsters, races, rares, and no, you're dead. Log out. I need a third one that's... Okay, let's just do these 2. Right, hop in. Let's go do dumpsters. Let's find a trash can somewhere. Shiny trash can, straight ahead. Around here somewhere. Usually around here somewhere. There it is. Yay. What are we yaying? Are we getting some use of our 100,000 channel points? I mean, that would be special. I can agree, that would be special. New channel point badges and emotes, I was here. Ah, one day I will get to that. I will get to that one day. Right, we need to do scrap cans next. Even if any of these suggestions are true or are not true, at least it's given me a really good indication to what you guys want to see. Is learning. We can probably kill Grimewick actually as well with this. It's a bonus rare to kill. There we go, scrap cans, scrap cans. This has been hired to replace Ian. Must be. You guys are wild. Maybe you are thinking a little bit. Turn on the TV for 100k beans. Hey, I might actually steal that one. That's big brains, that is. Right, 3 rares, a side gig. Three rares and a side gig. These lot can go do a side gig. I don't think they're going to get 2 extra rares. And then turn it off for another 100k. It's clever, that is. I wonder if I could automate that. I wonder if that's possible to make a channel point redeem with some smart home something or other. That's got to be possible, hasn't it? Do you reckon I can do it on just one of these dudes and get credit on both of them? For the shiny treasures. Or just spawn a treasure chest and fly to it on both of them. That works. Oh shit. Mobs. Mobs is not good. Oh, more mobs. More not good. I have no gear. Negative gear. I was doing this one because I didn't need gear. I thought these were instant guaranteed easy peasy treasures. Apparently not. Oh, Jesus. In a way, God bless scaling. Because if it wasn't for scaling, my item level 367 dude would get murdered. Because I am not designed to be killing these mobs right now. We was not prepared. Last time I did this, I just turned up and picked up 5 treasures and it was GG well played. Why am I spawning mobs all of a sudden? Oh, God. New class, gold maker class confirmed. I mean, that's literally goblins though, right? We already have that. Goblins are #1 gold making extravaganza, top tier. I haven't even added the 1 button thing on all. I should just add the 1 button thing on all of these tunes. I never thought about that. It's a race. We need a class. Oh, I see. Oh. I mean, yeah, I guess that would be cool. Haha, a treasure chest. Now we're talking. Stop doing spins. All my alts have the 1 button now. Perfect for my time walk spamming. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that as an option, but it'd definitely be useful, wouldn't it, to set up? It's not a today job though. It's not that important that these mobs can actually kill anything, so. Is that 5? Yes. Both? Yes. Right, side gig done. I want the make it rain spell that little Bling and Blingtron have. Yeah, that would be super cool. Just starts raining gold coins from the stars. Starts damaging people. That'd be really cool. Right, is that going to be another 3 checklists complete now? I think that might be another 3 checklists done. How close are we to Exalted? We're chipping away quite quick. I think this will put us 7,000 at 21. Taking advantage of the double experience right now is making this much easier. I could kind of stomach doing 21 checklists. If I'd have needed to have done like 42, I think I'd have probably not even bothered trying. But since we've got the double, we get 1,000 rep for each turn in right now, it's feels worth. Right, turn this one in. If I run out of tunes with easy checklists, I've got like 1,000 flipping check cards on my main dude, so
Explosive
I
buttons.
can always brute force it at the end if needed, if we're missing a couple, but rather not.
Always a pleasure.
Right, that puts us at 7,000 out of 21, yeah. Oh, not too many more to go. Not too many more to go. Let's get these guys parked back where they need to be. Move to the next team. We got 2 out of the 4 with like semi-okay checklists that time, so I only technically need like 1 from every team to have a good checklist that's quite easy to do, and we'll have enough. So I can be choosy. You guys need to go back outside, actually. Don't know why I dragged you indoors. To go get another list. Right, please be a good one. Side cartel, side gig. That's annoying. I've already done the side gigs this week. 100 scrap cans and 10 jobs. Oh. I could be scuffed here. Is this a... I could be scuffed here because I can't do a side gig. Because I've already done the side gigs. So I'm not left with any other easy options. And I ain't going and doing flipping 50 fish. You got to be mental to do 50 fish. And I don't really want to do 10 jobs if I'm going to be brutally honest. Can I just burn this list? Is it possible to just burn this list and use my check cards to just go get another one? We find out. That's 40 check cards wasted. Apparently you can. Okay. So I can even fish for easy ones on my main. You can delete it, but the machine does not give you a new one. Not a free one, I mean. Yeah. I've got flipping more check cards than I know what to do with, so I can burn a few dumb ones. Right, let's get this next team logged on and let's see if they've got any easy ones. In fact, I need a pee. Bathroom break. Back in 2. Alrighty. Oh my god. My Fanta's just exploded. Oh, there's loads of rares up on this team, actually. Quick, go get some check cards. Hope some of them need rare kills. I can literally see 3 rares on my map. Yay, 3 rares. Cartel, dumpsters, rares, and side gig we can theoretically do. Cartel, yes. Turbo cans, yes. Scrap cans, yes. Jobs and races, yes. Okay, we can do that one too. Races is easy. We just do 2 laps. The same race. Cartel, races, side gig, and scrap cans. We can do it, but it's not amazing. It requires us to do races and side gigs. That's a lot of busy work. But is an acceptable one. It's not a complete no-go. And there's some achievement or something for turning 100 of these into the main dude as well, which is a bit bananas. Side, turbo cans, scrap cans, and races or side gig. I think we can do all of these check cards. Annoyingly, we don't have many that overlap, but they can neatly overlap, neatly all work. Plus there's 3 rares that needs killing. I'm only 14 out of 100 on that achievement. Yeah, that's outrageous. Getting 100 of those. Did anybody ever properly figure out how you get Employee of the Month? Some people claim to have accidentally got it, which means it can't be that difficult. It just must be a weird and wacky thing. It's the most turn-ins in the whole region. Try getting it. Oh, really? Is that what it is? I should go for it 1 week, shouldn't I? The problem is if I do it publicly, one of you will fuck me over. It's gonna be like, and you know full well the week I'll try and do it will be the same week some flipping proper multi-boxer hammers it. There were people that have turned in almost 400 lists and still didn't get it. Ah, oh, Lord have mercy. Alright, that's maybe that's a pass on that one then. 400 lists. How'd you flipping out. I don't even want to think about how much time or effort that would take. Sounds like a thing for a later date. Yeah, it sounds like something to do on a week off in the middle of midnight when nobody's watching or paying attention, yeah. It's called being unemployed. Fucking hell, I do this as a job and I couldn't imagine doing that. No, sirree. That's ludicrous talk. Right, who needs, like, dumpsters? Need dumpsters, get in the car. Dumpsters. Turbo cans, you can get in the car. Scrap cans are needed. Turbo cans are needed. Okay, you... Okay. Okay, get out. You and go find a dumpster yourself. You're the only one that needs dumpsters. Go find a dumpster yourself. Dumpsters. Side gig. Side gig. Let's hang fire. We might need a couple more that need side gigs. We'll wombo combo it again like we did last time. Let's now go do turbo cans. So we got 3 with turbo cans. You need turbo cans as well. Get in the car. Actually, can we leave you parked here? You're all going to get turbo cans. Because apparently they respawn whilst this guy goes and does his side gig. Or do these guys need side gigs as well? You don't need side gigs. You do need side gigs. Alright, let's not overcomplicate it. Let's just get the turbo cans. We'll do a lap around the world, boss. Flipping out, look at me gamifying checklists, holy. Yeah, 400 is actually insanity. You are chronically unemployed if you're doing 400 checklists in a week. But Employee of the Month is a cool-ass title, though. That's probably the problem. As titles go, it's one of the better ones. Especially for a goblin. There is definitely some prestige in that one. Right, that was 50 turbo cans apparently. Why did you not qualify for 50 turbo cans? How does that work? Surely you should have qualified for 50 turbo cans. You have to be driving the car to get the turbo can privilege? Ah, this is weird. Passengers don't seem to get the turbo cans. Okay, everybody out. That was me thinking we could wombo combo this, apparently not. Is it a temporary title? It is? Oh, and you don't even get to keep the title? Fuck that business. You can jog on, mate. I'm not doing 400 checklists to earn an achievement and to get a title and then have it taken away from me. Jog on. That's your 99.9% ATT completion, isn't it? Get the Employee of the Month title. Oh, it's a feat of strength as well, is it? Okay. There we go, turbo cans. Right, who else needed turbo cans that wasn't qualifying for them? You. Stupidly. Best week to do it is going to be week 1 of a new patch. Yeah, when the absolute least quantity of people are going to be thinking about doing it, maybe. Yeah. Or just in 6 months' time when nobody's really trying. But at the same time, in 6 months' time, if you have that title, who's going to care? Not that anybody really... It's one of those weird, kind of wacky personal achievement things, isn't it? Get in the car, get in the car. What are we doing now? Side with the cartel, done. Dumpsters. We need to do side gigs. You need to do side gigs. You need to do scrap cans. Okay, 2 of these need to do scrap cans. I need to do scrap cans as well. Let's go do scrap cans. Because we can triple wombo the scrap cans. Up here. Where am I? Right.
What's shaking, pal? Come on, Chop Chop. We're getting paid commission, not hourly.
Midnight expansion release week, and there's you deep in Undermine doing chat lists. Can you imagine?
And that's why we got insurance.
Talk about throwing away an opportunity. Oh, stand on the can, you idiots. Come on, you must have your 100 cans by now, surely, boys. Speedy, speedy now. There we go, 100 scrap cans. Any more for any more? Oh, don't make me need a flipping bonus one. No, let me mine. Oh, not like this game. Not like this.
Pack it up. We're done scrapping this.
Ah, shit. Okay, I need another one. Oh, well, I'm done. Just need me mates to sort their lives out. Oh, casual overflowing dumpster, though, mind. Go on, get a Mechanica out of one of these. Make my day. Ah, no, it's a 603 ring. That, to be fair, that's not far off a Mechanica in terms of value. Look at the region market value of these things, 25k. That's probably not going to hold, mind, but it's not far off. Mechanicas are like 40k in value. Right, where are we going? There. Yeah, I nearly completely drove past that dumpster. 3% chance of a Mechanica right there. Hey, look, I still got a chest from last time I was here. I never bother picking these up. I always forget.
What's the damage?
All right, we're starting up. Let's move
Right,
it,
go,
people.
gadget, go. Bit of Pedro for the win here as well. There we go, 100 scrap cans. You just need your scrap cans. Hurry the fuck up. Pinel, how's this got? There we go, 100 scrap cans, right.
You gonna
Beautiful.
let that stop you? Fix it.
Might not even bother finishing the thing. Get out of combat. There we go, get in the car. These dudes still need to do something. What do they still need to do? 2 races. Okay, let's go back to the hotel. Reconfigure our life. You need to do side gigs. Let's put a side gig team together. Do you need to do a side gig? No. You have not done anything yet. Did we determine you're just not doing anything? Cartel, races, side gig, scrap cans. Oh shit, he should have gone and done scrap cans. You need a side gig. Get in the car. You need a side gig. Everybody else needs... You need a side gig. Get in the car. Right, you 3. Go do side gigs. Song really can't be played without a twirling raccoon. It's true. No, you. Oh, sugar. I've only got a 2-player mount. Right, well. We'll have a tag along. We'll still go wait at a treasure spot. Assuming it's a treasure spot. Yes, now we're cooking. Right, 1, 2, 3. I'll be honest, listening to you talk to your alt tunes sounds like listening to somebody going a bit loco. To be honest, doing stuff like that feels like I am going a touch mad. The concept of trying to do 21 checklists in a day is the foundational problem of that. Come on, treasure boxes. Flipping sandcastles. Stop getting sandcastles, please, game. God, some gear would be nice, though. If could they even... Well, in fact, to be fair, these characters are like 400 item level, so they're not totally terrible. Oh. Aggroing more, though, was not the play. Oh, hang on, there's a dirt pile right here. Still, many moons after Dragonflight, we still seem to spend half our life digging through dirt piles. Some things never end. Stupid sandcastles. I'm not really totally convinced at this point that doing it this way is actually any faster, but it gives the illusion of being efficient at least, even if it's not really that different. Stupid sandcastles. This must be the 12th sandcastle. Did they bring in the bank changes today? It will be, well, for EU, it'll be on patch once the once the patch is live. For Team EU, that will mean tomorrow. Team NA, it's later today. If the NA beta goes well, that is. God bless Team NA in their beta testing, yeah. Right, still only 3 shiny treasure chests. Oh my god. Stupid sandcastles. This is meant to be the easy quest. At this point, I should have just killed 15 turtles and be done with it. I've ended up killing yet more flipping sandcastles. Oh, Christ. At least a low-level geared paladin just absolutely crushes through everything. Yeah, your treasure box. Now we're cooking. At number 4. Yeah. 4, 4, 4. One more. What a ridiculous thing to leave till the last day before a new patch, though. It would be horrible to have gone this entire patch spending as much time as I have in the Undermine, though, to then only have to be forced to go back just to grind rep for a sub-faction. at least from this point on, I can just sit with one sub-faction and just, like, slowly grind Paragon boxes. Yay! Final treasure chests. There we go. That said, I still very much suspect I will 50% live in the Undermine anyway. So, realistically, this might have naturally happened slowly but surely anyway, but jump-starting it now before we head into a new patch felt like a good idea. We're killing time today anyway. Professional waiter today. Why do you need to do this now? Simply so that I don't have to do it later. Until the end of the day, this is still technically the current content. And getting this final sub-cartel to Exalted. Sure, we won't have got the Paragon mounts from the Paragon chests for each faction yet, but that is something you just slowly chip away at. Getting everything to... I mean, I know Galaggio Loyalty Reward Club hasn't been maxed. I'm still only renowned 10 with these guys. I kind of partly refuse to even go run LFR just for a rep grind. Although that flipping dinosaur mount is hella juicy. I would still state that I might actually do that before the end of the expansion, just purely for the Florendo mount. He is kind of cool, isn't he? And somewhat annoyingly, queues for the queues are only going to get longer. Why is he phased into a different? He's phased differently to everybody else somehow. How's that work? How's that ended out then? How's that happened? Hate the quote unquote catch up system they made for that renown. The only other option is, once again, it's one of those things you leave it till a day in the future when it no longer really actually matters. Right, you need to go turn in a check card. You've not actually really done much of anything yet. You need to finish doing stuff. And have somehow magically phased into a weird instance. Your check card is complete. Actually, you guys can go turn your check cards in. You pair are finished. I mean, the new raid have, their choice of using renown paths for each individual raid is clearly good for, like, engagement with the content. But I still kind of feel that the catch-up system shouldn't also be time-gated. I think the catch-up should just be catch-up. Make it so that, sure, you can pace out how quickly people can get their renown in the first place. But if you qualify for any form of catch-up, just let people flipping clear the trash in the raid, or let it drop from certain mobs in the zone around the raid entrance or something. Do something that genuinely actually allows people to catch up. Especially on something like the raid rep that is mostly cosmetic anyway. Is designed to be that way. Time gating catch up just seems counterintuitive as far as I'm concerned. It's kind of why I have a similar viewpoint with the catch-up for the professions. 3 flickers per day with a maximum of 21 flickers per week if you manage to complete every single one of the 21, which you are unlikely to do based upon the fact that half the time they're going to be grossly expensive that you're not willing to do for catch-up points. I can't get over the fact that it feels kind of insulting. In a world where they've continued to claim that like they're valuing players' time more efficiently, and I'm like, well, you're clearly showcasing you're actually not. Many scenarios. I need to turn my checklist in. These 2 dudes both need to do races. You need to do scrap. Okay, this is a solo adventure on all of this. Maybe I'm moaning. I don't know. Maybe I'm hungry. It's highly feasible.
Best deals in sight. Check in real soon.
Another one done. I don't think it's the hottest of hot takes that I want to be able to play the game that I've both paid for and paid to continue playing at my pace. I don't think that's an outrageous request. Time gating should only realistically be utilized, in my perspective, in competitive areas of the game where you want to try and make sure that people are able to progress at a similar rate. Outside of that very skinny reason to pace things, I don't feel that time gating should really be used anywhere else. It would be different if Blizzard's monetization model was different. But because this isn't a free-to-play game that makes money based on your engagement, particularly. We pay for the game, and we pay monthly to continue playing the game. Let us play it at our own pace. Especially on things that don't really have any
Are you just glad to see me?
adverse effect on anybody
Both,
else.
I hope.
Kibber with the 12 months. Happy birthday. Sub birthdays, my man. Thank you. I don't know why I don't hear my alerts. My alerts aren't going off. If I miss any at any point, please scream and shout at me. I'm not being a bad streamer. It's just my alerts aren't playing in my ears for some reason. I'm hoping you guys are still hearing them. But thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. One race. Oh, no, whoa, 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 whoa. Relax in your... Again. I like the fact you can just do the same race twice, and this one's just a lap around the map. It's an easy win. Sure, there's quicker races to do twice, but you almost can't fail this one. Even I can't almost fail this one. Is this going to be... Yeah, this is the 4th one. This will be his checklist done as well. Beautiful. Go turn it in. so much gold gets made just by like random trash you collect from killing these rares as well. I wonder actually just how much gold I've made from like just vendoring shit in 11.2, 11.1. 25 gold a piece for those flipping for those car parts really has added up. I reckon just those a week is probably 100k a week in just raw car parts. Which is raw gold being produced as well, which is kind of crazy. It's not even, it's like fresh new gold. Random trash is 50% 610 gear whilst you're moaning about being item level 400. Yeah, it's 610 cloth gear though, isn't it? Shut up. Dare you point out my clear and obvious inconsistencies. It's abuse. Right, what do you need then? 2 races and scrap cans. Well, you're right here, so do the races. Then we go do scrap cans. Then we go turn in the rep. I still stand by the theory that it makes a lot more sense for me to just vendor all of the 610s that I get and not think about them than to try and do the logistics of redistributing them to whoever needs them. And then on a character that needs gear, just buy some like 600 item level gear off the auction house if I really feel I need it. Honestly, I'm probably only complaining about not having any gear because it's something to talk about while I stream. I don't really give it that much of a concern. I don't really say it's that much of a concern. Scaling actually allows you to still basically kill things even if you have 0 gear, which is kind of funny. Kind of shows that Blizzard really does want to generate retail to be an absolutely zero fail system. I mean, 438 item level is like mid last expansion gear, and I'm literally an entire expansion behind in terms of item level. Yeah, I can still hold my own. It wasn't that long ago that if you were even 50 item levels behind, mobs would just nuke you. So scaling really does make it so you almost can't lose. And many people still find that it's weird that the more gear that you get, your scaling seems to be at the worst when you're actually kind of average geared, is when shit just takes the longest, which is mad. Right. 100 scrap cans, and then this dude will also be done. Ooh. Shit going on over here. So I'll make this one a bit easier. I don't think I'm going to do it in 12 seconds though. Most wanted feature for midnight? On my wish list is Blizzard to unlock the ability to mount up in caves. Even if it's at a slower movement speed, being dismounted is so annoying. It's yeah, I mean that's an interesting thought. Mounted in any way, shape, or form has always been a big no-no if you are ever even remotely indoors, though, hasn't it? And caves are considered indoors. That's just something that's always been a thing. Meaning I kind of also believe it's probably not really ever going to change. I don't know if I could give an example of a specific feature that I would want to see. I don't know. It's one of those things that will come to me. You move past some area outdoor that the map considers to be indoor and then boom, dismounted. Yeah, true. I do use that to my advantage though, this patch. With having being able to insta-log while outside in the hotel. Kind of a perk of the job. I knew that was going to sting. Quick, kill him. Kill him. Bonus rare. Yeah, there we go. Another chat list done. I would love all stuff region-wide on the auction house. It would... Interestingly, if everything went region-wide on the auction house, I am kind of at the point where I would believe if everything going region-wide would be a net positive for nearly everybody in the game. But I equally think it would lead to the death of most serious goal making. Because look what's happened to the vast majority of crafting right now. Of the everything is at single digit margins if you're lucky. You know, if you it's a single digit margin when you find a gap. But for many people, for large parts of time, it's not even a single digit margin. It's a net loss to craft things. Based upon the fact that it's such tight competition to begin with that the person that quite literally has the cheapest materials gets to determine the price. And if they're willing to take single digit profit margins whilst simultaneously having the cheapest material prices, it's fundamentally impossible for anybody else to really compete with that, which is what happens with most markets most of the time now, because everybody sells it in the same arena. Stuff being sold on individual servers, e.g. gear, recipes, pets, mounts, is almost one of the last true ways to really put more effort and more skill into gold making to expand your ability to make gold. If absolutely everything went region-wide, it would slowly but surely bring the profitability of absolutely everything to single digits. And you would then realistically be at the mercy of farming, even more so. And as somebody that doesn't realistically like doing much farming, I would probably say that would be the end of my adventure, to be honest, if that happened. Not to be too doom and gloom on it, but I think the interest in goal making as a whole would diminish very, very rapidly if everything went region-wide. Which is kind of big brain, but it's kind of almost why I think that Blizzard might not do it. Because if they move into that area and they make it so that the only real substantial way of making gold is either farming it, which then the way to optimize it once again pushes back in the direction of aggressively multi-boxing, whether it be allowed or not, or for those players who are willing to break the rules, stepping into the world of actual botting. What I'm trying to get at here is I tend to think of if they remove that upper echelon of goal making ability, then it will have a negative effect on token sales overall, which is where Blizzard make a lot of their money, which is kind of might be something why they might not do it. Having still something like cross-realm arbitrage, allowing players to sell on 80 different servers, allowing big goblins to do big goblin things, produce tens of millions of gold. They are the people that go to the auction house and spend 15 million gold on tokens, which allows for everybody else to swipe their credit card to get gold. That's a cash cow that I don't think they'd be too willing to nuke. I don't know. It's a real difficult concept to like theorize what might happen. But with 2 years of experience now, seeing how the 2 years under our belt of seeing how the region-wide auction house plays out, it's pretty safe to say that given enough time, everything on the auction house would fall under that same threshold of being like driven to single digit, if not negative margins on stuff. Stopped making gold, so time to play the game, so finding stuff cheap would be nice. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, this is why it's hard to simulate in your brain, because if it pushes everything to be cheaper, then you don't need as much gold to buy the things that you want, meaning it doesn't matter if the token price goes down. You know, it's a somewhat circular problem, but it's much like real world economies. It's kind of somewhat difficult to predict how things are actually going to play out until you do it. Have you used your undercoins? They'll get wiped on patch day. I haven't. I'm not sure if they get wiped. Do they get wiped today, patch day? I thought it's season launch day. So a week's time, they'll get wiped. Don't forget that season 3 doesn't actually start tomorrow. It starts a week later. But it's still sensible advice, yes. If you've got a supply of undercoins knocking about, it might be worth doing something with them now, because I do think undercoins is something that does get reset. The fact they changed the rules on this patch by patch, there are some things that aren't resetting. I don't think Valor Stones are resetting, are they? So you can spend your time, if not now, but next week, stacking up your Valor Stones. Now, I know a lot of people have probably capped them anyway because of the recent Goblin event, but capping out your Valor Stones is not a terrible idea, because I don't think they reset, but I do believe undercoins are resetting, but I don't think it's happening today/tomorrow. I think it's a week from today, tomorrow. Valor Stones aren't going away, but the ability to transfer them is. Wow, that's a weird way of doing it. Okay. I believe the work order system pretty much killed gear crafting for most players. Yeah, but I can't hide the fact that I've never really been a fan of the work order system. I think it is a system that could work, and I do think it's a system that could be very good for the game. I just don't believe that it works in its current iteration. And I don't think I've really ever changed my opinion on that. I think I've been pretty much of a similar opinion since I first ever saw work orders. That I knew categorically it's going to create a service-based. It's created a service-based opportunity within professions without you being able to offer a service. That's the thing that I think is quite fundamentally busted about the way work orders work, and is why I'm quite strong of the belief that players shouldn't provide their own materials for work orders. That should be the emphasis on the crafters. That's the service that the crafter is meant to be offering, is the expertise and the knowledge, and you know, you crafters compete against each other on price, and the way you compete on price is you do better at trying to acquire the materials needed to fulfill the orders that are coming in. That's the craft game that I think you should be playing. But a service-based industry where you don't allow people to be able to offer any different service to anybody else, it just becomes a snipe fest on the orders, or he who can press on, you know, a craft scan add-on fastest, isn't really a good implementation of it. But it could be done much better, I believe. How far did I get with this rep? I might have to go get some food, if I'm honest, before doing the second leg of it. I got 12,000 out of 21. That means I need, what, 9 more checklists to finish the job. 9 more checklists to finish the job. I might have to make that round 2 after going and getting some food, to be honest. It's still raining outside. I kind of need to go to the food store before we have a patch day tomorrow, so maybe I take a break for a little while. These dudes, we can continue from these later. Boys and girls, I might leave it there. The waiting room will have to wait a bit longer. Drops will be available tomorrow. Watch for 4 hours, get yourself a panda pet business. What is it, this fella? Where's he gone? This one. Watch for 4 hours, you'll get this little panda pet. Drops will be on tomorrow. Team EU will wake up tomorrow to 11.2 patch day. It should be fun. Team NA, get to beta test it for us all later on today. Best of luck if you're Team NA. I hope everything goes reasonably smoothly. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll probably stream a little bit more tomorrow, or we might even do a double stream tomorrow, with it being patch day. We've got a whole new zone to go play with. The pinned comments, both here on YouTube, link over to my little goblin notes for the patch. From a profession perspective and from a goal-making perspective, there's not a huge amount that you really need to know or pay attention to. But I've collated a little bit of information into this little document. Feel free to use this, have a read of this if you haven't already. And best of luck. I'll see you all tomorrow. Is anybody online? I can't presumably raid into K-Chat because he's not there. Maybe I'll just let you guys choose where you're off and what you're doing. Yeah. Entertain yourselves for a little while, boys and girls. Have yourselves a great one. I'll catch you tomorrow. We will have a new patch to play with. Peace.